Hi everyone, welcome to the Dance Macabre. It is our Wednesday night D&D stream. Adam is looking creepily into the camera, and we're going to go ahead and let these pack of ruffians introduce themselves and their characters. Bud, why don't you get us started?
Alright. Hello viewers at home, I am Bun and I play Archie, a forlorn and estranged Underdark refugee seeking the meaning of his own dreams, and perhaps how to use his knowledge of the sleeping world to defend the waking world, between the borders of nightmare reality. This border is so thin, and as thin as silk, and Archie fears that this nightmare lays a web of darkness that hangs lower and lower over the city of Ravensreach.
I'm Scarlet, and I play the changeling warlock Lark Verdigris, who's ready to carve out a reputation of her own, beyond being the hard-headed, logic-minded, and immaculately trained daughter of Ravenreach's renowned human fencing instructor to nobility, Letitia Verdigris. What good is training when not in the service of good? Lark is bound to a certain Fey Queen of the Winter Court, who urged her to enter into the Dance Macabre. Why exactly? Who can say why the Fey do what they do? Lark will only say that it amuses her lady. She is unraveling her powers with the help of fierce pseudo-dragon familiar Piosa, who has the markings of a lark and the instincts of a magpie.
Johnny?
Hi, I'm Johnny. I am playing Maximilian, who's a level 5 Oath of Treachery Paladin and level 2 Divine Sorcerer. He was once the son of the Lord of Treasury of Geneva and the ruler of Riverwatch. And now he's just recently gotten a hold of Norlov Manor, which he's renaming Weston Court without any input from everybody else.
Oh, God. Can I just say I love the little evolutions in everybody's introductions that go on here, but I think Johnny's are always hilarious.
Yeah.
Adam?
Hi, I'm Adam. I play Theo Boss, a level 7 necromancer. If it's a highbrow you're looking for, Theo's the one. Just check the library. 52 and witty, he has grizzled hair and more scars than you can count. Seems like a man with a mission, but I don't know. Crawling about him? Bruno?
Yep. Hey everyone, Bruno here playing a realtor, the high elf, not high elf, highborn wood elf, light cleric, level 7 as well now. Good, I'm getting there. He came to Ravenreach at first because he believed that's what Orad wanted, and he wasn't really sure about what he was expecting or getting into. And since last session, everything has changed a little bit, and he's now more aware. He's kind of understanding why he's here in the end, and that's getting him a little worked up and anxious about doing his divine work. Yes, that's it. More in a second.
And I'm the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master today, most days. And when we last left off, the youngest members of the dance had rescued their lost companion, Archie, from the clutches of the vampiric Duke of Ravenreach and the demonic influence that is holding sway over Castle Cora. After initiating Maximilian's well-thought-out plan with, uncannily perfect, like I said, execution, they managed to escape to the sea, where the drunken fisherman, paid off by Maximilian, is taking them into shore. It is no later than noon when the fishing boat pulls into the docks of Ravenreach. The sun is still beating down, and at the height of its travels through the sky. The dock is bustling with commerce as ships are being loaded and unloaded, and you find the tiny little boat finding its way up to the dock where it can tie off. Maximilian, you had something going on. You're muted, Johnny.
I turn to everybody else. Does anyone have 3 gold so we can pay the fisherman?
Theo's broke. Theo is just like.
All right, I was wanting for this as well, and because no, like this moment, because I thought we were gonna go skip it straight to the manor, which is fine as well. But right now, you guys notice that, like, Realtor, he was very happy until now. Now that you're getting to the shore, he's like looking very. He's kind of looking to the floor, looking down, because it's not the floor here in the boat, but he's looking down, and he's very contemplative, and he's in deep thinking. And that's something very clear, because it's a little different than what he was just a few minutes ago. And no, he doesn't even respond to Maximilian, so I just wanted to share that.
Okay. What about the rest of the gang? Does anybody have the 3 gold to pay the fisherman?
Lark has paid off the fisherman while glaring at Maximilian, and she will thank the fisherman profusely for his work. And just to note, for setting the scene, while en route from, on the boat, Lark has changed her garb to that of a nondescript servant girl, but her eyes are her own in her guise as she goes out.
Okay.
So the poorest apparent one of the dance is the one paying the fisherman.
I don't have any I don't have any money. Like I will double check this, but I think I used every little bit in the Revivify stone.
Ah, okay.
All good. It's covered.
I don't. I have 1 gold.
If you'll excuse me, I think this would be a helpful distraction from losing a lot of, well, my identity and friends, or one friend that I had in my time in Raven's Reach. But this isn't magical, is it, Lark? This whole transformation.
It's Archie. In fairness, when you confessed to me your true visage weeks ago, I should have made a confession of my own. Because this is an aspect of my form. My mother truly is human, but I'm a changeling, so I may adopt, alter whichever form I
changelings that are Underdark, well, not born, but Underdark origins. Would Archie have any recollection of what they are?
Give me a history check.
Yeah. Nah.
The smallest inkling. But you wouldn't know anything much about them, just that you've heard of them.
So, I'm assuming a shape changer of some sort?
Approximately. I can alter my form among humanoid options. I can impersonate those I've met. I can assume other forms as well, but I cannot become an animal, or I cannot alter my number of limbs. And I can add a few refinements to my own face I present to the world as well.
I'm gonna shuffle everybody off the boat because we're all saying this right in front of the fisherman. Not that I care that he hears, because he's a drunkard, and if he repeats this to anybody, no one's gonna believe him.
Max is once again being the like thoughtful one of the party. Like, come on, we
No,
got.
I picked the right guy.
Yeah.
we can spill all of our secrets in front of him. No one will believe him.
I'll give
I
him
was
an
at-
extra
I was hula
an
hooping.
extra 3 silver to invest in going to a pub right now
Oh, he,
before we depart.
oh, yeah, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I'll go right to the Whiskered Mistress. It's right over there.
Oh,
Fine
hey.
choice. Fine
Speaking of, should we maybe make our own sort of visit there?
Yeah, let's have lunch.
Okay.
It's-
You
it's
realize
noon.
that
I think we should return to the dance first, but we can pay respect
the,
in a
the
more
what, sorry?
discreet way later.
Return to our apartment. Yes.
Yeah, Weston Court.
Mhm. We're still in public, and I'm gonna try my best to hide my face. I know that like someone gave me their like cloak or something.
Yeah, you have a
You've
cloak
got
and a handkerchief, so you're kind of like
Just
you look like a bandit.
It's better. It's better.
I hail a carriage, knowing full well I don't have any money.
God damn it. Poor Lark.
So the docks in Ravenreach, because it's built on this cliff. I think we've talked about this
right.
before. Because it's
Yeah,
built on the
we
cliff,
have to pay.
you have to like either take the stairs or take these like big like weighted elevators that are these big wooden elevator platforms up to
Wow.
the city from the docks. The elevators cost I think I said like a gold a person to go up to take
Oh,
you
that's
up,
right.
but
Yeah.
the stairs are free.
Is there any ruckus in the town, seeing as the lighthouse blew up?
Down here, there seems to be there's still like the hustle and bustle of business, although like people saw what had happened and are kind of staring up in the direction of the castle. But you haven't actually gotten back into the city yet, so who knows what you'll find once you get there.
How long do the stairs take?
Oh, they're it's like 4 flights of stairs up this cliff face.
I'll be okay. I have enough energy in me.
I as well.
Okay.
I pay
Let's
for
go.
myself and wait for everybody at the top.
You didn't have
Fishes must
gold
be
to
worth-
pay the fishermen. Max, after
Of
you,
course you
Lark,
do.
you've paid for the fisherman. Maximilian beelines to one of the elevators and just gets on and heads up while you guys
alright.
traipse up the stairs. And he's standing
She'll
there
just
waiting
yell
for
like, "Next time you get muddy, no prestidigitation for you."
Oh!
you. You guys get to the top of the stairs, and Maximilian is waiting there for all of you. He's already hailed a cab.
With food.
And
This isn't Uber Eats, man.
yeah, coaches don't have food waiting for you. You'd have to stop
No,
a
I-
vendor.
Yeah, I stopped at a vendor.
Did you get that veggie burger I ordered?
Oh, sorry, I got the meat one.
You so Max is standing there with the cab waiting for all of you to climb the stairs. And when you get up, you can see that crowds of people are kind of formed, like staring and pointing up at the castle. Everybody's just wondering what happened.
I'm just gonna try my best to keep my face out of sight.
It's easy
Oh,
to do.
fuck.
Nobody's paying attention
Okay.
to people on the street. Everybody's paying attention to the destruction of the lighthouse.
And I got you the cab. Well,
Yeah.
Lark got you the cab.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You guys kind of bustle into the cab and take it back to Tyminster Court. Do you guys go in through the service entrance, or do you go in through the front entrance?
Service. Definitely.
Service.
Front.
All right. You're going
Lark
through the
will
front.
stick
We're
close
going-
to Archie.
By the way, Alex, who plays in our Tuesday and Wednesday day games, just showed up in chat and said, "I never have the chance to check in on the Dance Macabre crew. Y'all are some pretty folk. Jesus, it's not even fair."
All right. Damn.
That's
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting compliments for being on camera. Look at that.
Adam is not turning that off anymore.
Adam's too pretty to turn off his camera. It's unfortunate.
Don't blow up my head, man. Like, it'll go too far. This is already too dangerous right now. I have to keep myself in complete composure, or else.
Yes, you need to. Theo is the straight man of the party. He has to stay serious at all times. Otherwise,
Oh no, there's too many times where my face will just smile and then just go all sad, and I'll just try to dangerous. Oh, I'll continue. I don't.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. You guys get to Tyminster Court, and Maximilian just walks in the front door. The rest of you maybe scurry in through the servants' entrance that leads down to the dance headquarters below. Things have settled down since you left. It's very, very quiet in the estate, both upstairs and down. Just incredibly quiet.
Not as scared as Realtor has been so far.
What's
Do I
that?
see any Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just said not as quiet as Realtor has been so far. Unusually quiet.
I knock on one of the maid service doors, and I ask them, where is everyone? Is everyone all right?
No visitors in the house today, dear. Lady Bia and Arthur are down in the infirmary with some other, some of their other friends. Perhaps you should see her for more information, but, well, that's all I should say. The house is
Thank
closed
you.
to guests today, so it's quite quiet.
Thank you. Let's go meet Lady Beatrice. She's probably worried about us.
Archie, especially.
Yes.
Might as well give her some solace.
You move down through the halls. The infirmary is on the next lowest floor. It's one you don't really go down to very frequently because it is legitimately only there for storage and the infirmary. When you go down below, it's the busiest you've ever seen it. There's maybe 15 good men and women here recovering from injury. Bia is sitting, grasping Arthur's hand. He's in a he's like on a gurney and isn't conscious right now.
Archie is just... Everyone can see Archie's just like looking around, whirling around, and just like looks towards the nearest med kit, looks at everyone else, and just rushes over and grabs the nearest medicinal kit and starts just going absolutely like you've seen him get like insanely hurried and focused when he's working on clothing, but now he seems more focused on people, and he's going to try his best to heal Arthur, heal anyone he can. He's going to suture up wounds like he would suture up a cut in one of his precious fabric. He's going to make patches on flesh as if he'd make patches on and blend it in with cloth. He's going to suture up everything because he's sick of making clothes. He wants to make life.
Archie, as you move to begin to do this, you come to many of these people are bandaged already. There are a couple of like healers present in this infirmary, and you go to the first one, and as you go to begin to suture, you realize that these jagged cuts and puncture marks are too rough and deep to be sutured, and that if they are not cared for properly, they'll result in infection. Mm-hmm. Not only that, but you recognize these type of wounds. You've received these type of wounds. The markings of a werewolf are far too familiar to you as you look down at what has become of these various members of the dance.
Did we know they were werewolves when we were leaving?
That they were attacked by werewolves?
Yeah.
Well, you had overheard the conversation the night before, and then this happened.
And also, Mark retconned that part where before we were leaving, Arthur and like a bunch of Downs members were gonna kind of come in all injured, or we had the heist. So I don't know if we were going to see them.
Okay.
I remember.
I just wanted to know if I knew what was already happening. But I'll rush up to Uncle Artie's side, or to Auntie B, and ask, is he okay? Is he cursed? Have we brought in a cleric yet?
The cleric is on his way. We don't know yet if there are signs of the curse. He hasn't woken up since he's come in. You're back.
Yeah.
Yes.
She looks over and sees Archie like moving from person to person with expediency, like a spider in a web. And
yeah, if they don't have enough bandages, he'll just like sneakily like put his hand into his mouth and like make like a makeshift like web bandage and just like place it over, and then like move on to the next person.
Yeah. You go from person to person, helping where you can. And
I'm just gonna say this. Archie has removed curse.
I was about to ask Realtar, or I was about to say out loud, we already have a cleric here, and then I turned to Realtar. Is there anything you can do? Do you know if he's been cursed?
Do I know, Mark? Do I have a way of knowing?
Would an insight check be a good one, or
identify is kind of the thing you need for detecting curses?
Yeah. I actually don't.
Busy week for Archie.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Before we keep going, is this the morning we just came back?
Yeah, it's the same day Archie, you just came back. It's the same day you got Archie out.
So, Realtor is looking very contemplative, as I said before, and then when he's asked that question, he raises his head like, "I'm sorry. No, there's nothing I can do right now. I am depleted of all my divine energy."
You all must need so much rest. And Archie. Are you all right?
No need for that. I need work. I don't need sleep. I need answers. I've had enough time to think. I just need action right now. Is he? I should see to Arthur's wound here. It definitely has claw marks.
Oh yes, and bite marks.
Okay. I've never done this before, but can everyone turn away?
Certainly.
Okay.
As you
I
wish.
pretend.
I don't mind if Bia doesn't turn away.
Okay.
She can see this if she wants to, but Archie make sure that make sure that everyone's gathered around, kind of blocking vision from other medical staff, and then bends down to the form of the wound, to the form of Arthur and the wounds, and his jaws crack and unhinge, and his fangs bare, and he leans over towards the wound and starts siphoning this dark energy from it, and sort of devouring or attempting to devour any curses ailing Arthur as he extracts it into his own system and banishes it to the nightmare realms where it came from.
Archie, gross.
you aren't watching.
I am.
Oh. Shush.
You do indeed remove a curse from Arthur. The curse of lycanthropy is lifted from him as you cast the spell and devour the dark energy that has wrapped itself around Arthur's soul.
Aww.
You
And
send
I was hoping for lycanthropy, Arthur.
you send it to the nightmare realm, as you say, and it is gone. He takes a sharp breath in when you start this process, and then as it's over, he exhales a sigh of relief. Still not awake, still unconscious, but released from the grip of this power.
Is he stable? I just need to.
Everyone
that.
in here is stable. Yes.
Okay.
I think I'll tell Lady or Auntie B. He's in capable hands now. You look like you need to get some rest. I know you were helping us with Archie, with our requests for Archie last night. I'll send someone to your rooms to fetch you something to eat. And that's just me dismissing her.
You were dismissing Lady Beatrice Dolka.
Yeah, nicely.
She
What do you have
nods.
planned, Maximilian?
Not
You
yet.
don't usually act this kind.
She
I'm-
nods
I'm-
and
I'm
slowly
on to you.
stands up, and she gives you a hug, Maximilian.
Oh,
And she places a hand on your cheek as she pulls away and says, "It's good to see some growth in you, boy." And she turns and kind of slowly walks out of the room. She still has Arthur's hand with one hand, and as she leaves, it kind of slips slowly out of her hand, and she wanders out of the room, and you see a servant kind of meet her at the door to take her up to her rooms. And you are all left alone with the healers and the unconscious.
I'm not much use around here. I'll head to the library and pen our report.
I think I have some consuming to do.
How many times can you cast that spell?
I can cast that 2 more times with the 3rd level spell and an additional 4th level
Okay.
if I want to use that.
Okay.
So
You
yeah.
need to.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just letting
I
you know that right now.
Yeah, I need to. I'm going to. And I'm going to suggest to everyone else that I cannot save, that they are bound to the
Okay.
chairs
Let me
with everything they got.
double check my notes to look at the date and the phase of the moon. That is relevant. It is the 13th of this month.
How
So
many
I don't.
people are in this room?
There are a total of 15.
There's a
Wounded.
cleric on the way, so maybe
Yeah.
you should make a notation on the beds of the people you've removed
Yes.
curse from, and
Definitely.
keep an eye out for that cleric.
All right, I'm going to adjust my spell slots accordingly because that has an effect on things.
Does anyone? Is there anything I can do?
Right now, I say just make sure that all of our reliquary is intact. We cannot afford to lose anything in what the expedition to retrieve me. Like, I know, I'm thankful that you. I'm really thankful that you came to find me, but if without those things, the world could possibly be in a worse place.
Right.
I have pretty much. I should have things relatively under wraps here, and if there's anything wrong, I shall bind things and notify you immediately.
Are you sure you're all right? And then he puts like his hand on his shoulder, like
I could
You-
do with a
you went
mask,
through-
a proper mask.
you went through a lot.
No, truth be told, I'm not alright. But it's more than I could hope for. Honestly, I don't expect to be alive here. And that is just another chance to do more good. And I'm scared, as I always am, but I think I've found a profound courage seeing all of you today, and it inspired me. You inspired me, and I think I'm not going to be spending the rest of my life cooped up in some dusty room making dresses for careless nobles who do not care for
Except
people
me.
like this.
I slap
I'll
his
make an
head,
excep-
Maximilian's head.
I'll make an exception for you, Sir Dolka.
If people are departing, I'll take time to thank everybody individually for executing everything so perfectly today.
And then yourself for making such an amazing plan.
Yeah, pat myself on the back, but also I'll go up to Lark, who everybody else recognizes as team leader. But I'll say to her, like, I just want to thank you so much for your help today. As team leader, it's such an honor to lead an amazing group of people. And I just really appreciate your help. As Lark goes off to do actual team leader things.
Lark
Oh,
will just
boy.
like make eye contact with Sir Arthur nearby and just exchange a knowing glance while this happens. And
Arthur
nod
is
and then head to the.
Arthur
he's-
has been
he's,
completely unconscious this whole time, but like blinks his eyes open for just a moment just to make that eye contact with Lark, and then goes back to like being asleep.
before like
What is this, Scooby-Doo? Jeez.
before any of this continues and Archie turns around, can he cast Detect Thoughts? And
On who?
on the sleeping, well, it's
Oh, well,
everyone. But,
right. Yes. You can focus the surface thoughts on each person in the room.
Yes. But I just want to like kind of he feels like he could get into more touch with humanity. This is kind of just flavor, but he's trying to just see if he can get a sense of everyone, if anyone are having any dreams in their unconscious states, and just getting a sense of who they are as people, and kind of just trying to get in tune with people more in a slightly creepy and unconventional way.
As you pass from hunter to hunter, glancing at their surface thoughts in their unconscious states, Arthur's thoughts are seem to spell out relief from fear. Those you have healed of the curse have a sense of both pain but rest, weariness at the surface of their thoughts. But those that you have been unable to remove the curse from, you get a sense of struggle, strife, a fight within on the surface of their minds. Lark spends the rest of this afternoon penning the details of the last day or so of all the events that have happened. From the seance to the attack to the rescue of Archie and the explosion of the lighthouse. Maximilian keeps watch over his uncle after sending food and care up to his aunt. And he just watches Archie and the healers as they take care of those around the room. Theo and Riltar, what do you do with the remainder of this day?
I head back to my room. Summon Edgar.
Yeah, I'm assuming Father Abel is coming.
Yes.
Is that it? So I definitely want to talk to him when he comes. So I'll hang around. Although I cannot help, I'll do what I can to, assist Bon, to assist Archie on what he's doing, and sure enough to help people around, but also to wait for Father Abel.
I can, if you're doing that, I could just say, you can go to your rooms to rest, and I'll just send a servant to come get you when Father Abel gets here.
That is okay, Max. Although the divine energy is no longer with me, I can still apply some of my personal effort into this.
Okay, you just had a really big day. You just blew up a castle.
That is exactly why I need to speak to Father Abel. That's what concerns me is what it was inside the castle and how it all relates to why I came to Ravenreach.
Lark will mention to Theo as well that she wants to piggyback off his returning the wand later when he gets around to that.
Yes.
But thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. But thank you, Max. You are, in fact, a good friend.
I'm saying all of this sitting down while playing with Uncle Arthur's sword.
Realtor sees through the Max way of being, and he actually sees the good person he's being and the kind of person that he's shown that he can be in the last few days. Basically ignoring his childish moves with the sword.
Is this a magical weapon?
Yes.
Is this the one that will not return?
Yes, it's a magical weapon.
Interesting. And Uncle Arthur is unconscious.
Theo, what are you doing?
After Theo summons back Edgar, he starts a lovely conversation of explaining to Theo, to Edgar, what happened during the heist, how everyone was very daring and great, and how got Archie back, and Edgar's all happy about it, but he's kind of a little annoyed by how he died again.
Oh, yeah.
Without even getting really to the very beginning of the heist.
Edgar is giving you a little bit of side eye, like a little bit of shade as you're talking to him. He like keeps turning his head away from you, and like hopping around while you're trying to talk to him.
Yeah, and then he says something really brilliant and wise that only Edgar could say. Caw, 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 caw. Yes, indeed. Yes, very good, very true. Oh my God.
As you have your conversation with Edgar, having resummoned him, and Lark, after finishing your reports, you call Piosa back as well.
I've missed you, Piosa.
Apparently, Bruno, your fire alarm going off has spread to Adam's house.
Oh my god, how is that even possible?
The curse of Bruno.
I don't know.
Holy shit. Oh, Susan is over there now.
Yeah.
She couldn't get up here.
Susan is
cleric.
traveling from house to house of the dance and setting off their fire alarms in real life.
She's squally.
Oh dear.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Piosa trills as he like dances through the air with his renewed vigor of returning to the material plane. And once he when he has the first chance he gets, he lands upon his little pile of trinkets and curls up on it, happily guarding his hoard.
Counting them, making sure they're all there. Not expanded today, but neither is it diminished.
But he's happy to have it. It's a comfortable little spot for him.
By the way, Mark, what time of day is it?
Well, all of these, you guys are doing all of these things throughout the afternoon.
Okay. Well, okay, so, after Theo is done talking with Edgar, he goes out to into the halls, and he has the wand and a note on with him. He's going to eventually. I'm assuming we pass by Lark's room, but her door is going to be open, so she's going to see Theo past, get her incentivized to follow after.
Okay.
I have a missive to send as well. Are you sending it via Edgar, or are you traveling yourself to the shop?
I'm sending it to it.
So give me a moment, and I'll pen a letter as well. So Lark will pen a quick letter, adding profuse thanks to the efforts of the shopkeepers, and also inquiring if they have any bracers that might improve AC available or to be commissioned. And also mentioning that she may need some sort of payment plan. She's able to pay in part now, but she is a little short on funds.
Okay.
But again, that she greatly appreciates what they've done for their order so far.
Absolutely. You pen this letter, and Theo's standing in the door with
Edgar.
Kind of chatting with Edgar and waiting around. Theo, can you make me a perception roll, please?
Yes, I can. Oh, and it is a beautiful perception indeed.
Oh my
I
god.
see everything.
Wow.
As you
Wow.
are
Starting off strong.
Yeah.
as you're standing in the
hear
door,
everything, Mark. Everything.
as you're standing in the door waiting for Lark to finish penning her missive, you're fingering the note that you wrote yourself, kind of like rolling it and unrolling it. And Edgar hops up on your shoulder closer to you and like pulls at your ear with his beak. And he kind of telepathically is like,
What are you doing?
look, look, look. Like you hear that in your mind. And he nods with his beak in the direction of Piosa.
Piosa hisses and clutches his hoard tighter with his tiny dragon claws.
As Piosa starts clutching his hoard tighter, you see your ring.
What is that?
Piosa hisses again louder and
What-
bristles the spines on his neck. Bristle
Theo
upwards.
starts walking intently and slowly towards Piosa and starts pointing. What is that? That she has that, or he, or Piosa has that.
Lark will look up from the letter she's writing rather innocently. Oh, he rather enjoys collecting small trinkets, shiny things. I believe there's a rusted earring in there somewhere.
It's definitely your ring. Now that you're closer, it is absolutely your ring.
That ring there. That was my ring.
The more intense Theo gets, the more like Edgar hops around like he's looking for a fight, just like equally as like mimicking Theo's agitation.
Has Theo worn this ring in Lark's presence before, or is it something that's usually in his chest
No,
of...
it's in his safe box. He does not want anything bad to happen.
It's your wedding ring, isn't it?
Yes, it is. He's dealt with other smaller things in his lifetime. That's where he's gotten all those scars on his body, and he's also cut into dead bodies for science and research, so he does not want to ruin his beautiful, ring wife.
Lark will glance over to Piosa and look firmly in his eyes and say, "Did you take Theo's ring?" And Piosa will shrink and his spines around his ears will kind of flatten, like a dog's ears will flatten when they know they're doing something wrong.
Give it to me now.
Piosa, give him the ring. Piosa's gonna hiss again, and Lark will fish under Piosa's body to get the ring and to hand to Theo. Piosa, we cannot take things that do not belong to us.
Piosa gives like a half-hearted slash of his spined tail, like on instinct, in towards your hand as you reach for the ring, and then like pulls it back, realizing what he's doing.
Lark will glare at him like a poorly behaving magpie that he is.
Never touch this again.
This is his hoard, Piosa. This does not belong to your hoard.
Theo.
He then longingly looks at the ring while holding it in his palm. The one ring. I'm not going for that one. And then he clutches it in his left hand and puts it in his pocket. All right. Starts. He turns his back on Lark and starts moving.
Deepest apologies for the mischievous dragon. And Piosa's gonna just curl tighter around his remaining hoard. He's not very impressed.
He's not very happy.
No.
We're gonna have to take a quick break because I need to. My dog is crying at me right now, so let me take care of her, and we'll be right back.
We'll be back after these few messages.
We have.
Is your dog alive?
We have returned.
Now go
Yes.
back
She just needed.
time.
She just wanted her dinner, apparently.
That makes sense.
Um.
They always know when you're the most vulnerable.
Oh yeah. Why did that go all the way back up? All right. You send the letter out with Edgar
And the wand. Well, the wand is
and the wand
on it.
to the Amber Glows to be returned, along with the letter that Lark has penned requesting aid for herself and a possible business arrangement. The rest of the evening is spent, well, kind of reflecting upon what had happened. And
I think Lark would send her Skola letter that evening as well,
okay, that makes
via
sense.
Piosa.
Okay. And I have that letter, so I will tell you what the response is when you get it.
Great. Got to keep the allies informed.
Absolutely. Archie, how long are you spending down in the infirmary?
A majority of the night,
Okay. Eventually you return to your rooms.
just to make sure that like they don't converge on the evening.
Yeah. You eventually return to your rooms exhausted from the work of aiding in the medical care and pointing Father Abel in the direction of those who still need to be healed of the curse. Riltar,
Yeah, I'll have a word with him.
when he holds when he first gets there, he attends to the members of the dance until you and if you come up to him while he's doing that, he asks you to wait until his work is done.
I probably wouldn't, but go ahead.
Okay. When he's finished healing what he can, and he's getting ready to leave for the night, you finally have the opportunity to speak with him.
Right.
How can I help
Father,
you, brother?
before you leave, you've heard about the light, the tower, I'm assuming.
Rumor is spreading very quickly through the city, yes.
Hmm. And what rumors are those?
That 2 such attacks were made on the city in one day. One upon the temple court, and the evening before, and one on the castle the first thing in the morning.
Refresh my mind, Mark. Are we supposed to keep between us what? I mean, the dance. He knows about the dance. But,
He knows, yes.
But does he? Is he? Like, did we agree with anyone not to tell about the Marquis and the Duke?
I mean, what stays in the dance stays in... Oh, go ahead.
You were part of the conversation where the Marquis said
Yeah.
he'd be open to having more allies.
Okay.
And it wasn't specified which allies.
That's because I have
But
two
you-
ways of saying this. I have a way of saying this that just simply does not lead him to anything that happened, just to the conclusion of it. But I can be open with him as well. So
You
that's
do
why I'm
what
asking.
Riltar would do.
Yeah.
Realtor's got loyalty to the priesthood too, eh? Because he's spent a long time with them.
Right. And it kind of ties to what I'm about to say as a realtor as well. So back to the conversation there. So yes, Father Abel, at first I was very confused not very confused. That wouldn't be the right thing to say, but I knew I had to come to Raven Reach, and I knew the dance was the. And when I say that, I look around and I walk with him to like a more quiet corner that nobody's listening to what I'm saying.
Sure.
Not because they don't trust, but I just want to have this private conversation with him.
Sure.
So as we move and walk, I keep talking. And then I knew that I had to come here. I knew the dance was the destiny and the destination that Orad intended. But I never knew what I was getting myself into. And it's much bigger than I could have anticipated. And now I see how important it is that I am here. And I see the importance of those that walk with me, my friends. And I think that if Orad wants me here, all the others in the Church of Orad, and that includes you, should know what is hovering above this city. We were in the castle, and I personally blew the tower.
You
And
did.
what I saw inside is what we should really be concerned about. And then I describe to him the creature. And I tell him what I think it is. I think and I won't remember the name of the demon again. Sorry, you gotta help me there, Mark. It's Zenicia is the demon. Yeah. And I believe that is Zenicia, one of the 7 archdemons.
My child. There is no way that a demon lord has been able to ascend from the abyss into our realm. Well, not no way. But it's hard to believe that that could so easily happen. Are you telling me that you are part of what has happened here? This explosion?
Father, what I'm saying is for you to put your doubts aside and your disbeliefs, and believe me when I say I am here because Orad intended. And
you have shown your faith to me in action, brother. But even the faithful can be deceived, so understand that it is hard to comprehend and process what you are telling me, that you laid an attack upon the castle because you believe a demon lord was in one of the city's oldest and greatest monuments that light the path of our fishermen and our merchants.
what if I said that the discovery was just a byproduct of us trying to rescue one of our dear friends from the Duke, who happens to be the leader of the vampires in the city?
You are laying heavy accusations.
There are no accusations. There are facts. He sees that the Riddler is that serious.
Mm-hmm. Brother, you must tread carefully.
I wish I could tell you that that's not the case, but he's the one responsible for those vampires at Norlog Manor. He kidnapped Archie. We rescued him. He has a full dungeon that we accessed through under the castle. And I told you what I had to do. I gave you the heads up. We need to focus our efforts. We need to work together. And it's clear to me now what my goal is, what my target is, and where my destiny lies. I put my hand on his shoulder He's gonna say something. I'll wait for him to say something.
Brother, I will consult Orad on what you have told me. Seek his wisdom and his guidance. I think you should do the same. I do believe that you are a brother of much purpose, of strong conviction. I have seen it since the day I met you. I know you will do what you know to be right. I just tell you that you must tread carefully. There are things... The battle of light and darkness, in this form that you speak of, the lines are drawn clearly between beings of evil and the servants of Orad's light. But when you get into the realm of men, men see shades of gray. They hear rumor and lies, and though we bring the light of Orad into the midst of that, it is not easy to convince all. You tread dangerous ground, accusing the Duke. Even if you know it to be true, be careful. You tend not only with a creature of darkness. You tread against a man of political power and insight. He is not unintelligent, and he is not without power among mortal men. You may not fear the darkness, but he has other ways of hindering you. What if he throws innocent men in your path to get to him? What will you do then?
Father, I hear your words and they are wise. And I want you to know this. The Duke, or better yet, the vampire that resides within the castle and looks like the former Duke, is nothing but a pawn of darker forces still. I gain nothing by accusing him. I want to go and take down the source. That is why I'm here.
May Orad's blessing be upon you.
And be upon you as well. I will follow by arming myself up. This battle is far more dangerous than I anticipated. And so is the goal.
I will be in prayer for you, my brother, and I will speak to Orad and seek his guidance, as I have said. You will hear from me. I will be returning to check on the patients, and I will meet with you again as well.
One last question. Can I trust you will answer the call when the time comes?
You will not face this darkness alone.
I knew I could trust you, Father Abel. And then that's all he wanted to hear. He puts his hand in his shoulder and he walks away towards his room. But before leaving, he says, "Do you need any more help with the ill and injured?"
For tonight they only need rest. I will return tomorrow to check on them. Some of their wounds are grievous. They will need time.
May the light be with you.
And with you, son. And with you. And, you part your separate ways.
Yeah.
The night goes by, and are you each returning to the rooms that you use when you're at Tyminster Court? Or Maximilian, are you spending the night in the infirmary?
I'm not. I'm gonna sleep in a bed.
Okay. You return to your rooms.
Theo, before that, Theo is having trouble sleeping. He's constantly looking at his ring, wondering if he's truly doing the right thing. If Meridia is actually proud of him for what he's doing. Contemplating kind of keeps him up at night.
Can I do one last shenanigans thing
Yes.
before we? Okay. I'm gonna go back to the armory to return most of the stuff that we borrowed.
Okay.
I'm just keeping manacles and locks. Not much, but can I just do a little perception check? What's in there? Would there be plate mail in there?
Half plate.
Give me a perception roll. Just so you know, the quartermaster, who's at the armory when you return the things, does not look like somebody you would want to mess with.
He's there for a reason.
He is this huge individual who looks like he was probably or is probably a blacksmith of some kind. And doesn't even give Maximilian the time of day when he brings this stuff up. As you peek over this mountain of a man, you can see that there's at least half plate in there. You see pieces of metal armor in there, and it's more than just a breastplate.
I'm trying to see what my dex is to see if half plate would do me any good. So no full plate?
You just see, like, you don't see a suit of armor in there. You just see stacks of metal plating. Could be half, could be full. It's just stacked. It's stacked in a pile. It's not, like, set out. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you see it.
I'll just rummage through it.
I mean, you have to get past this guy to get into the room.
Yep.
If you try to get past him into the room, he's going to just step in front of you and put a hand up. What do you want?
That one over there. And I just point vaguely at the pile.
He looks back. He smirks at you. Yeah, you and everybody else.
I'm going to wait for his back to be turned.
He's not turning his back on you.
Okay, well, then I'll pretend to walk into the hallway and turn around the corner.
Okay.
And then when I round the corner, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go back and rummage through.
Give me a stealth roll to rummage through large metal plating.
So I have... Right now I have the... Can I get advantage for being invisible?
You have advantage to get past him, but once you start rummaging, you will not have advantage because it does not block sound.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you slip past him invisibly and get into the armory. And are starting to move around looking at everything. And then you are rummaging through this plate mail or these pieces of plate, and they fall over and just clatter everywhere. And he turns around and he's like, boy, if you're in here, show yourself.
I'm just gonna go back to my room.
Boy! Ugh. I really need to be able to see invisible creatures. You head back to your rooms.
Okay.
Theo, you're laying in bed on your back with the ring in your hands, just kind of turning it over in your fingers, contemplating if you're doing the right thing, if she would be proud of you. And you hold it up and you look through it, looking at the ring, and in the darkness, in the chair across the room from you, out of focus as you look at the ring, you see a feminine shape sitting in the chair. Her shape.
He gets up very quickly to look.
You shoot up, sitting up in bed, and her silhouette. It's her. Hello, Theo.
Oh, to be honest, I thought you were gonna go with the whole like, oh, she's not actually there. He's imagining it.
No, you shoot up, and her shape is there.
Yeah.
She speaks
Threw me
out of
for
the
a loop.
darkness. Hello, Theo. Don't get up.
How are you? I must be dreaming. I must be exhausted. You are you real? Please.
I'm as real as you are right now.
He gulps very loudly. Meridia.
She gets up and moves towards you. Her whole form is still just a silhouette in darkness. When she gets close to you, it's the smell of damp earth that hits your nostrils that first alerts you to something being not right. And she reaches out her hand and places it on your cheek, and it's cold. And as she leans into you, her milky white eyes focus on yours. Her pale visage and the dark rings that encircle your beloved, her eyes, terrifies you for a moment. And in a gravelly, pained voice, she says, "Save me." And then you wake up in a cold, cold sweat. You're drenched and shivering.
Yeah, Theo's crying. He's definitely crying. Very shaken by this one.
That same night, down in the servants' quarters, Archie,
Oh, fuck.
you see a single strand of webbing with Mother spinning on the end of it in a circle surrounded by darkness. She's just spinning there. You reach out to her to bring her into your hand.
I think actually, I don't think he would.
Really? Okay. She just spins there then.
He knows he hasn't summoned her. He knows he's got to know something. Like, well, he's got to know something's up.
Okay.
He did not summon her.
You dream lucidly.
She. Oh, this is me dreaming.
This is you dreaming. You
Okay,
know it's
sorry,
a dream.
I thought-
You know it's a dream.
Okay. Okay. I know it's a dream. Okay. Yeah. Then I would, yeah. I'll just extend my hand out for
Okay.
her. I wouldn't grab her.
She lands in your hand, and you feel her weight and her warmth there. And then in the darkness you see eyes opening. The eyes of your many brothers and sisters all around you, encircling you. And you just hear chanting. Your fears awakened from when you went down and stared into the abyss of the Underdark. Only a day ago. So much has happened since then. You hear chanting, "We're coming, we're coming, we're coming, we're coming." One voice, and then a multitude of voices, over and over and over again. "We're coming for you. We're coming." And all the eyes rush forward at once. And you wake up.
I guess that is what a 2 out of 10 gets me.
Maximilian. You're sleeping peacefully. Back in your... You are cuddled in the warm, soft bed from your apartment, which is what clues you in to the fact that this can't be right. But you're in your apartments again. That's what it looks like, and that's what it feels like. And as you're cuddling in your bed, an arm reaches around you, a feminine arm, and pulls you close, spooning you. And you hear in your ear, "I can still give you what you want, even though you took everything from me." Power, wealth, fame, your name back. I can give it to you. I can show you the way. You know this is Lady Norlov's voice, whispering into your ear. Come
Can
be
I,
with me.
in my dream, reach for my sword?
Yeah, it's there by your bed. It's your whip sword.
I try to whip sword around her neck.
You
Can I respond? Or
yeah,
is
you can
this
you
part-
can
or-
speak. You can speak. And I will tell you what happens as you try to whip sword her, but you can speak.
Gosh, what's something sassy Max would say? You know what? Actions speak louder than words. I try to choke her out with my whip sword.
You whip around with your sword to send it around her neck, and she's gone when you do that. The sword treacherously whips around your own neck, and you feel it pull tight as you like it's one quick motion, and you pull on it as if to strangle her with it, and it whips around your own neck, and you wake up coughing. Riltar, as you dream that night, the only thing you see is that figure in the explosion. It replays itself over and over and over again in your mind. And you just become more and more convinced that this is why you are here. The name burns in your mind. Lark, you begin to dream, and suddenly It starts in darkness, and you're moving through it, and suddenly there's snow all around you. And you look around in the snow, and you hear your mistress's voice simply say, "I have you, my child. You are safe in my power. Do not fret your dreams. You are mine."
I thank you, Your Highness.
You sleep soundly the rest of the night, while your companions are haunted by their nightmares.
I imagine I watch Piosa dancing among the snowflakes. Across the dreamscape.
Absolutely. You, you're awakened the next morning by a servant, each of you. There's like... Archie, you've been up late. You were up late into the night helping Father April and trying to heal as many as you could, and you slept poorly and you end up sleeping in. All of you slept poorly except for Lark, and you end up sleeping in until a servant comes around and like bangs on your doors and tells you in a rapid, rushed tone that Lady Bia needs to see you in her office right away.
Do we get the benefits of long rest or no?
You do. You do
Okay.
get the benefits of a long rest, but you end up sleeping in that morning.
Yeah. I don't open the door for always, and just get to work fashioning myself. Just something quick to cover my face while I'm going around.
Sure.
Inside the manor. Yeah.
You have like a cloth mask that you can put on for now. It like covers your face and it has only cut out eye holes. Maybe you put some like sheer,
so culty.
like some sheer meshing. You look like old school Cobra Commander. You know what I mean, with like the cloth mask.
Yeah. It's kind of a new look I'm going for.
Luchador Archie.
It's in style, I swear. Ski mask on top of all my like many eyes. But yeah, I make my way out, drearily like signaling at everyone who's waking up.
Yeah, Lark's coming quickly. Lady Bia doesn't need to wait.
Sure.
No, yeah.
You've had breakfast and stuff, Lark. You're like fully dressed and ready to go. Like, it's like 10 a.m. Everybody else is just waking up, and you've been awake.
I've double checked Lucian about the reports to make sure nothing was missing.
Not today. Good morning, everyone. Everyone have a wonderful sleep, I take it?
Oh, just fine.
I kept dreaming about the demon.
You know, I really need to find out some kind of spell that makes our dreams less taxing on our bodies, perhaps.
Why you say that?
I have a feeling. It's a small hunch, but I just look around and I'm not trying to put the blame game on myself for the update time, but I feel like I'm causing all these nightmares.
Why would you say that?
It is my nature, remember?
Do you cause nightmares? Do you get into our dreams?
I don't see your dreams yet, but I can if I put intention on it. I'll explain it later, but essentially my dark purpose was to inlay fear, doubt, and prevent restful nights amongst the mortals of the world, of the upper world. So
Are you saying this? Are you gathering in Bia's office and saying this in her office?
Yeah, while we're waiting for her.
Okay. She meets you in there while you're saying this. She has overheard part of the conversation, and she says to Realtar, as you receive your insights from the Lord of Light, and I receive my insights from, well, my connection to the forces of the arcane world. Archie's abilities come from his connection to the
You could just say nightmare realm. It's okay.
the realm of dreams.
Archie nods yeah, she's sugarcoating it.
She places a hand on Archie's shoulder, kind of reassuringly.
Okay. It is what it is, as they say. But what did you summon us for?
The rest of you kind of make your way into the office, and she places out glasses and pours whiskey for each of you, knowing that not all of you drink. She just pours them and places them on the table.
Has she ever done this before?
No.
Oh boy.
That's fantastic of news, huh?
Realtor grabs a glass.
Can Max arrive last because he had to get into his armor? And I put it into the Discord what he's wearing today.
Of course you did.
Oh boy.
She's
Where do you keep getting these?
Arthur seems to be doing better. Thank you, Archie. She grabs a paper off of her desk. The Duke has issued a proclamation. It's his first in 17 years. She places it on the table in front of all of you. It reads, Elven terrorists have attacked the city of Ravenreach as well as other cities around Oridon in the over the course of the last 24 hours. We believe that these individuals are members of a group of elven extremists looking to return power to the hands of the Wood Elves. I am calling upon all people of Ravenreach, the Watch, the militia, and every official to be on the lookout for the following individuals in protection of our city and the lands of Oridon. My son is treating with the Queen of Geneva, the Council of Twiland Hill, and other governments in order to formulate a response to this new threat to the peace of the free cities. There will be a curfew moving forward until such a time that these individuals are apprehended and we know the city is once again safe. The images sketched onto this page are Archie in his mask, Riltar, Theo, and Maximilian, who eventually had to drop his invisibility.
Oh, of course he did.
The attacks were made against the temple of Thandra in the city, and also upon Castle Cora itself, with its diminished staff due to my long seclusion. It is unfortunate that I allowed my grief over the Duchess to hold me for so long, but now I see that my people need me. I will make a public statement in the next few nights. There's a date listed. May you all be safe and at peace in our city.
So no Lark.
No, she was disguised as the Marquis the entire time.
Yeah. That's good.
Duke Nathaniel Brown of Ravenreach, and it has his official seal. This is being circulated to all the noble houses in order to be circulated to each of their of those that pay fealty to those houses. There are also flyers going out to every neighborhood of the city.
There goes half of my commissions. I am really glad I made a mask change and did not have a office that was public.
It does have your names. Well, not your names, but it has at least Archie's name. It also has Maximilian's name, although it still says it doesn't have a last name listed. It just says Maximilian.
Maximilian.
Theo
I'm
and Riltar.
famous.
Theo and Riltar, it does not have your names. They just say unknown assailant.
Nice.
Okay,
so.
But I think the temple is gonna know.
Go ahead.
Oh no, Realtor, this is so bad for you.
Why is that?
You're a wood elf.
Yeah.
Your face is out there.
Yeah.
That your faith probably would be
He's aware.
probably 1 to 10.
But Father Abel's prayed to
aware.
Orad, so if Orad's shown him the truth.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, unless he's a scumbag as well.
Did they have a caricature of all of us?
Yep.
I just wanted to say that this reinforces what I said earlier today in the chat.
They drew my eyes too close together.
At least you have the correct number of eyes.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, that's a Maximilian thing. I should have never said anything.
Are you aware that each of you are wanted men now? Wanted by the monarch of our city?
Be honest, Lady Beatrice. I believed it would come to this at some point.
And
I knew
he's
we were-
just a pawn.
If it wasn't going to be here, it was going to be those I was running away from.
We were bound to be seen by the Duke, and he would have retaliated either way, whether coming after us just to kill us or using his influence.
What I'm saying is that before, we merely needed to worry about you being in danger at night. Now you cannot show your face in the daylight either.
Archie and Theo are
Yeah,
capable
I'm I'm fairly used to that.
Let it be a couple of things. One, you're right, but there's more mundane issues and occurrences are nothing compared to the patron, and by that I mean the demon that I saw in the tower. That is the real problem behind all this. And the second point that I would like to raise is I'm looking for a helmet.
She just shakes her head at all of you.
We don't have to.
She just shakes her head at all of you. She can't help but smile. How? How are you this bold in light of the fact that you've been made criminals in the pursuit of what is right.
I'm surprised too. I've gotten fairly used to all this. I would be a nervous wreck, not a few weeks ago, but these people have done something to me. I swear.
Lady Beatrice, we've always been criminals. All of us here at the dance.
I
Think
I
about
take
it.
exception.
I
Excuse
take
me.
exception. I may be
We've
a
all
being
had
of
to do
darkness, but I'm
terrible
no
things.
criminal.
I am an angel.
She holds up her hands. She holds up her hands, and she says, "Other than Riltar here, that is true.
I was
Off.
looking to Theo.
All things considered. You have come a long way. You have come from misguided criminality and unexpected murder to being wanted for doing what is right. The unfortunate thing is, you are the only full team of dance members who have not been caused injury as grievously as the others.
Sounds like we may need to invest in some more invisibility potions.
That may be
Actually,
true.
do you need more members?
That also may be true. Yes. Carefully.
I don't mind assisting in the training in between times. I'm somewhat practiced with children. I imagine I can turn the same skills to adults.
How many active members of the dance are there right now?
At our full breath, we had 6 teams of 5. 15 of them lie in the infirmary. We lost 2, not but a month ago, which you know of.
Yes.
Tragic business.
We lost 2 more in the raid on Norlov Manor.
They did quite well. They fought.
Valiantly.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
Which
know how we're
means
gonna be
that
able to-
we have one other team besides you that I can put together from the remaining healthy members of the dance.
Who would that be?
A handful of, well, a couple of veterans and 3 novices.
Should we contact... The Marquis mentioned being in contact with some kind of personal group. Since he is so interested in our dealings, and we're interested in perhaps involving him in the dance, perhaps we could call for aid?
The Marquis
That's
left the city this morning. The Marquis left the city yesterday morning.
Yeah, I was about to say yesterday, not this morning. This morning would have.
Yeah.
He blew up the lighthouse. He would
Yeah.
have seen that.
Yes,
Yeah, sorry.
yesterday morning. He's on the
We have
road.
we have ways of communicating with him.
Yes.
I gestured to Realtor.
It may take time for him to find others. He's on the road now.
That's true.
Have you any promising leads on trainees? Perhaps siblings of those that have fallen who may wish to avenge their loved ones, or
Have you adopted a
Other-
few orphans lately?
Oh my god. No.
Lady and gentlemen, let recruitment lie in my hands, although the need for training will come. and I think it will be time for me to turn to some of you to help with that. More importantly, I only have a handful of people that I can send out for duties during the day, and you will be restricted to movement during the night. Although, I fear that you will be hunted by our greatest enemy.
I don't mind running some errands during the daylight as well. I have many faces I can borrow for that business.
Same.
As I said, I will need my helmet.
It may serve you well also to pen a message to my mother. She may have some prospects among her students who may serve the dance well if you ask for those of good character.
This is true.
If you struggle to find among your own contacts. Simply an option.
And I will say the Duke's proclamation isn't the death sentence it seems to be. It's more of a minor inconvenience. We can still do our job.
Nothing his son can't repeal in good time.
In good time.
When is the public statement, and where will it be held?
Tomorrow, I think it was.
It is the next night on the balcony of Castle Cora.
Right, night.
At night.
Yeah.
Thaumaturgy to cover up some vocal
night,
effects.
You say, oh.
Thaumaturgy. He should have a... typically, when the Duke has made public proclamations in the past, he would utilize the aid of a spellcaster to project a illusion and thaumaturgy to amplify his voice and visage.
Fair enough, yes. I have one, I suppose it's a request, but would you... I suppose since I cannot spend most of my time outside, I should spend the majority of my time scrying on the enemies of both the Danse Macabre, those of which we know cannot detect such means of spying, and I could make use of this strange artifact we've came across.
It may be good. We have more than this issue at hand. As you can see by the state of things, whatever werewolf you hunted got its jaws in someone else before we were able to apprehend him. It's spreading through the city like wildfire. Lycanthropy has run its muck in the worst parts of the city. Every full moon, it's only going to get worse. I don't know how we're supposed to track them all now.
How effective is the cure? I know, Archie, you had some success in that. Is it possible to revert at any time?
It's possible to detect. I noticed that those still plagued with the cure had a confliction in their dreams. Dreams of hunting, dreams of fighting some sort of primeval affliction, some entity. It was very easy to make out amongst those who had not been afflicted. So I could do reconnaissance missions in that sense at night before there's any more, and try a more subtle and less abrasive way to I'm looking at Maximilian this entire time. That does not involve pillows, and more so just resting on the pillows as I remove the curse.
If go ahead.
But that is one way to do it. I also need to spend a majority of my power today removing curses from the ones in our ranks today, so I will be very much drained of strength, as it takes quite a toll on me to siphon those curses. And it tastes off. I mean, it's quite not a thrilling experience.
If we get rid of the werewolves, can I suggest the next plan of action?
What would that
Which
be,
one?
Maximilian?
Kill Lady Elena. My god.
If we knew where she was, that'd be great.
Yeah. If the Duke does this to us, we should at least strike back at him. I can be petty.
I think
Not
your pettiness
you.
is much
Certainly.
deserved this time, Maximilian. However, that would be quite a trip if I suspect that she's gone down to the Underdark. At least a few days to possibly a week to get to where she might be going.
There's no blood where she's going. She has to come up to feed.
Oh, there's plenty of blood.
I don't think it'll be to her taste. But when
It's
she
quite
resurfaces,
refined.
Spend a half hour scrying and find if she's
Yeah,
in closer reach than you suspect.
I will just do that.
Also, the dance is weak right now. Can't really afford to leave it as it is. Lady Elena is away now. The Duke is now made us all criminals, which makes our job a lot harder.
But still possible.
yeah, I'm just gonna cast Disguise Self on myself.
It's so easy for the rest of us.
We need
That
to
was
take
probably
this.
a spell I should have invested into in my time.
We need to take this more seriously.
Disguise Self is not a concentration, so I can cast it on other people.
Being
No,
that
hence
as
it's called Disguise Self.
being that as it may, it is high time that the dance outfit you better.
Oh my god.
Considering that the five of you are currently well,
You're all I got.
you're what we
Frontline
need at the
defenders.
moment. She pulls out the same billfold that she had given to Theo the day prior and hands Lark 4 slips. Five slips.
Many thanks, my lady.
Lady
Lark
Lark.
will accept them and examine them.
These are for... Bring these to the Amberglow. They are not merely apothecaries. They have outfitted the dance before. Each one will be good for a single item of purchase for each of you. Get what you think will be most useful for your companions and yourself. There is a spending limit. Understand.
Certainly.
I have to pull up my guide. Hold on.
Shopping spree.
If Piosa remains with you all,
Your
he
gift
can
cards,
relay the
yay.
options while I'm there, so we can each make our own selections.
Oh, by the way, just a little thing. After Edgar was sent to the Amberglows, I had him just kind of fly around the Castle Cora, but like not land on it or land near it, just like stay away, like fly around, essentially.
He's
Okay.
dead. Go on.
There are by that evening, there were already repairs being done to the window that Archie was pulled through in your flight, but not to the tower itself.
Oof.
Interesting. Very interesting. So, just so I understand, Mark, what is she talking about exactly in terms of purchase? Like, did she give us a limit? On
Yeah, she
what we
gives
can
you a limit.
spend? Which is
3,500 gold each is the limit for one single
That's
item.
not bad.
For one
A
single item.
item.
One single item. I have a list with prices in front of me. Okay, so you get one item with a maximum value of 3,500 gold according to my Sane Magical Prices guide.
I,
That one,
ha- I have an idea of how we can get to the Amber Glow without being caught.
Well, Lark can disguise into.
I know, but
A
not all
young-
of us have the ability to do that.
You
I mean,
all
unless-
want to venture there? Because I was thinking Piosa would stay with you, and Lark can send her voice via Piosa to tell you what the items are, and Piosa can also send you
Yeah, we don't have to
mental
do that.
images of
I mean,
what
we
the
also
items
have
are.
disguise kits now. That those end up like can't use those anymore.
You
Um,
could, but it's a risk as these papers are being distributed.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree that we don't have to be there.
I can cast invisibility on myself because I don't think Piosa can carry them. Oh wait, it's Lark that's carrying them. But like, I can cast invisibility into things as well, and I have an hour, and I can recast it.
Okay.
I'm just there to get outfitted.
I'm trying to see if I can do anything, but I don't think I can.
I'm not a shopping online person. Through
Lark-
Piosa. I like to shop in store.
Oh my god.
Theo, by the way, if Maximilian's going with Lark, Theo hands Lark his lantern of revealing, just in case, with a little bit of oil. The Maximilian,
goodness.
don't cause any trouble.
Remember, if these folks have magical items, they likely also have magical powers to detect the walking away of said expensive items.
Yeah.
Not highly encouraged to alienate allies.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Can I look at the billfold and be like, that's it?
On the secrets, disappear. Oh yeah, Archie, Bun, did you add your potion of healing?
Oh, I did not.
Okay, I still have it in my
Okay.
attend.
I don't especially need it, since I have a healer's kit again. But
Yeah.
thank you.
But we got it for you anyway.
So Lark will wear the household livery of the Dolka house and transform into like a young, somewhat nondescript footman for the
Nice.
shopping adventure. And she'll keep her own eyes for it as well, and leave Piosa with other folks wherever you're. I don't know if you're in the library or if you're practicing in the practice halls.
Theo's gonna
And-
be kind of just sitting in a chair in the library, and actually he's gonna send Edgar with you.
And she'll ride her black, white-socked horse Satin as well
Nice.
for the. Yes. Help carry back packages without invisible packages floating along As if by unseen servant.
Be good, Edgar. Tell them, make sure they get my favorite color.
I
You'll
will
likely
just
be able
say
to
that,
see it
like,
yourself.
during this time, Archie's just going to expend all the slots he can to cast Remove Curse. That's four casts of Remove Curse.
Absolutely.
I will assist Archie. Realtor will assist Archie on helping whoever he can, and wait for the word to select the items via Piosa or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah, Piosa will just kind of follow you guys around in the infirmary and fetch you bandages and stuff as you need it.
Okay.
Realtor,
So
do you
just-
have Remove Curse as a spell or anything of that nature? Is Remove Curse just arcane?
No, let me see here. Hold on.
You can prepare it if you want to today.
Yeah. That I agree with you. I just want to see if that's actually here.
So weird.
There's so many.
I can't see if it's exclusive to wizards, so let me check.
Yeah, man, I don't see. Remove curse. I have it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can prepare it. That's fine. It's prepared.
Okay. If you'd
Yeah.
like to, I think.
I would definitely have prepared. Is that the one you're using?
Yeah, so I did
Yeah.
3 already, so that's 12. Then another 4, so there's 8 left that are still cursed.
Minus
I can
however many
do-
Father Abel did.
Yeah,
I
follow.
can do
Go
4
ahead.
of those. One of them being scaled to 4th level.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Father Abel was able to cure whatever's left. So that will completely cure anybody of possible curses.
That's good. Should I use all the 4 slots, or how many slots more?
Just, I'd say
Worth
do
it.
all.
Worth it.
Yeah. We do not need a fucking werewolf storm inside the dance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally worth it.
Yeah,
So
I was
should I
really
use
hoping-
all 4 slots, or
All 4
I
slots.
saved it? Okay, done.
Not even
Dang.
one left. Not even
Okay.
one curse left.
I was hoping that we'd have a big problem with werewolves, to be honest.
We still
I
do.
know. We
It's
still
just
do.
not in the dance building anymore.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
No
can still get
drama.
infected if you want to.
yeah.
no drama
I'm
whatsoever.
still gonna go kill some werewolves.
Oh my, you mean cure?
No.
Okay.
Yes, cure with a K and an I and 2 L's.
I also just summon Mother while we're here and doing all this shit. God, this is just Archie just like going from each body terrifyingly like I don't think he even tries to hide it this time since Realtor's here. He's just like doing some ungodly shit.
Why are
Siphoning
you?
away
You're
all
not,
the...
you're not doing anything wrong.
No, but it looks horrifying.
It does.
Yeah.
It looks like you're trying to eat their soul.
Oh yeah, it looks like I'm trying to eat their soul.
That's nice.
Um,
um,
okay. I don't know if I can send you this list or not.
Mother is back.
Send it to us.
Discord?
Yeah,
I'm assuming this is just the reasonable price.
this is the Sane Magical Price Guide.
Magical
I will give you a link.
Why not? Do that. Good idea.
Right in the playground forums, I think. No, not that one. What is this website?
Actually, I don't have Discord open, so if one of you want to link it in the Discord, you can do that. You can find it pretty easily. Just search.
I'm looking at Archie's mask.
Why
Oh.
didn't you send it, Mark?
Let me see if
I
this is
didn't.
it.
I didn't. I don't have the Discord open right now. You can just
Let me,
Google.
I'm gonna put it in Skype.
Thank you.
Let me see if it's just, how do I message in Skype?
On the bottom
This
right.
one?
A little bit to the right. Yeah, you're doing it. You're typing. Yeah, man.
There it is. I will tell you that for permanent magical items, having that voucher for that amount can get you anything from the start of the list up to Ring of Protection.
Only one item, yes?
One single item. Yep. One single permanent item. That's for combat items. They're also non-combat, so like wondrous type items. So non-combat items, it gets you from the Helm of Comprehend Languages up to the Ring of Swimming.
This list is so cool.
Yeah, it makes it a lot
List
easier.
is cool.
So, Mark, sorry, I was immersed here on the list. Can you say again just the last sentence you said there?
Yeah, I said for combat items, it's up to Ring of Protection, and for non-combat items, it would be up to the Ring of Swimming.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, up into Ring of Protection. Can we hold on to this? Because, I mean, I'm saying, like, not make the decision now, right away, or...
We kind of have to.
Well, I mean, you can take your time.
Oh.
It's fine.
There's a lot of good stuff here.
I'm letting you guys pick something from there so that I'm giving you the list so that we don't have to go through the entirety of the the shopping scene.
Right.
In any event,
I-
you can pick those items out at your leisure.
I'm lost in. Oh God, there's so many. There's so many things.
I think I'm gonna go for a Ring of Protection because my next level will be taking medium armor mastery, so I don't need the stealth. I won't need the stealth
Okay.
because you know what I'm
Emily?
saying.
Are you Oh, well, we'll deal with that in a minute.
So many choices.
There are a lot of
Oh,
choices.
So many choices.
I kind of derailed the moment with your shopping spree.
Yeah, no, that's good.
uh,
What does those ion stones of strength of that? What do they
It
do?
gives you two ability score.
What?
Intelligence, insight,
Yeah,
fortitude,
They're pretty
agility,
cool. I'm looking at it right now.
leadership,
is-
strength.
what
No,
is this?
when you say it give you 2 ability scores, it gives you a +2. Is that it?
Yeah, +2 to your
For
your
example,
abilities.
the ion stone
Okay, I'm
of
just thinking,
leadership
Mark.
gives you charisma score increased by 2
up
Okay.
to the
Maximum
maximum.
20.
to a maximum of 20. So yeah, so you can't be like 22. It's
And
you
you
know,
Yeah.
can snatch it away from you or shoot it.
I
Very
like that.
difficult, but yes.
The other thing though is that iron stones are like your familiars. I can take them away. They float around
Yes,
they float around your head the entire time. So an opponent can attempt to grapple them and rip them away from
Hard
your
to see,
head,
but still possible.
or try to smash them and break them permanently.
they have an
Yeah,
AC of
definitely,
24 and 10 hit points. So
They're very
they're
fragile.
they're kind of difficult, but at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, I'll need to read this over, Mark, because there's a dancing sword. I think I know what it does, but I would like to double check. So things like that, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure dancing sword is a sword that floats around you, and it allows you to do a bonus action if you throw it up into the air and it attacks.
Okay, so yeah, that wouldn't be too good for me.
I made the mistake of bringing this up because now Cicada and Bowie are in our chat. They're both looking at the price guide and arguing over it. Did you? and Johnny just gives it to them.
So, objective question about it.
Mhm.
Can a person have the cloak of protection and the ring of protection equipped simultaneously?
Are they attunement?
I think they are.
Okay, yeah, no, sure. Yeah.
Unless you have the attunement slots, you can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
you can. They stack.
I'm gonna be extremely tanky doing this with next level 8.
Are you okay? Yes, that's true. I mean, that's your job is to be the tank, right?
Yeah. Hey,
I
level 8 with this, I will get +1 to AC, +1 to all saving throws on top of what I already have, and I'm already getting +2 to armor class because of this feat. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. I'm leaning towards that.
can I do an insight check for something very
What?
important?
What is it for?
How close am I to grabbing my uncle's sword? Because if I can grab my uncle's sword, I won't grab a magical weapon. But if
That's a good
I'm nowhere near
Arthur's
close,
sword?
yeah,
Oh my god.
he doesn't
yeah.
need it. I'm gonna make him proud by killing werewolves.
No,
who hurt
you
him
cannot have your
with
uncle's
it.
sword. I will let you know that right now.
Okay.
Ladies
Okay.
be the voice chimes in your head. Don't.
Mark, where in this list is the shield of the Sentinel shield?
The Sentinel Shield. It's much further
Yeah, well-
down.
Okay, so Maximilian, you can have my quota.
What's your quota?
3,500 gold up to 3,500 gold.
So
Why?
he's letting you get 2 items instead of 1, and he's not having one.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna get a weapon.
Because
No,
you
because
give
if I
him
get
the
a
shield.
magical weapon,
You give him the shield, man.
that's fine. I have an AC of 19.
But if you think that's something that can help you, you can do that.
No, I'm just trying to be. I'm just trying to be greedy and get a magical weapon.
Okay,
and
but let's be
magical-
greedy in a good way. Can he get an item for 7,000 gold if I give up?
No. Each voucher is
Damn
for
it.
1 item, up to 3,500.
I tried, Max.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank
Boots
you.
of Elven
Thank you for
Kind
trying.
might be helpful if you want to keep being invisible.
Ooh, Cloak of Protection. +1 to AC, +1 to saving throws.
All right, guys.
Yeah, man. So
I'm
yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say this quick. You guys have you guys are gonna have some downtime between now and the next session. Okay.
Right. Yeah, let's
Okay.
focus on that. Then.
So, real quick.
Lark will make the purchases and profusely thank the shopkeepers for
Okay.
their continued business and for and extend her thanks on behalf of Lady Bia, in whose livery she's currently wearing. And that the shop's support has been of great support to Lady Bia in her endeavors.
They are equally grateful for the business. The you guys gather your items. You kind of this whole shopping fit kind of derailed my train of thought. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
it's okay.
bring it back.
It's okay.
Take your time. Yeah, take your time.
I'll be honest. If you don't mind, I am completely burned out from the last week of D&D. Last week was so many big epic things between breaking Archie out and some of the things that were happening in some of the other campaigns. My head is kind of a little empty and hard to keep things moving. So why don't I say this? You guys have about a week of downtime in between now and the next session. If you guys want to figure out what you would do during that downtime, we can figure that out. But I think, if you don't mind, can we end tonight a little early, and prepare for next week? Are you guys okay with that? I'm a little burned. So
Is this
course,
heading
man.
on to the last half an hour or hour or so? It's
what's
okay.
that?
It is heading on to that sort of time frame.
Yeah.
Of course, no problem.
We all must remember that one of the most important things about Dungeons and Dragons is that the DM is human. and is mortal
I am.
Yeah.
I am pretty mortal.
and needs to take a break every once in a while. So
I
definitely
thought you were an
get
elf.
some rest.
Sleep 4 hours a day only.
I do only sleep 4 hours a day. It's true. But I do want to do this quick. Why don't we do a little something different? We hit a major chapter kind of end last week where you faced off against the Duke for the first time and saved Archie. It was a pretty big event, and you guys handled it with like an incredible amount of panache and savvy. Why don't we go around and instead of doing favorite moments from tonight, because tonight was a little thin, why don't you do your favorite moment from the campaign so far? And I will, and we can just kind of piggyback off each other. But I'll just go around and start with Archie, and we'll go through.
That's really difficult.
It is.
That is really difficult.
Or pick a couple your favorite moments from the campaign so far. And if the audience wants to get in on it and ask questions or offer their favorite moments, go ahead and do that. So, Bun, tell me a couple of things that have been your favorite moments from the campaign so far.
I think my favorite moments in the campaign is when Archie is feeling the most confident, but then has that pang of like, hey, this is what you were made for, and it is a terrible thing.
When you were fighting,
especially when we were fighting Lady Alina Nurlov, and like having that moment where everything was going so perfectly, Alina Nurlov just got absolutely smashed and decimated because she couldn't go anywhere. The counterspell, it felt so liberating as a player, just like, oh fuck this person in particular. But also that backhand slap of like, this is what you get for killing my most important NPC is like, you're a fucking monster.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you're killing monsters, this is what you're made to do, and you could potentially do this to your friends if you didn't have the inhibitions that you do. And that scared me to no end because I was like, oh fuck, is Archie gonna like lose himself sometime soon? And it kind of corrected him and gave me a sort of like not intentionally, like it's not a bad thing, but like a sense of anxiety and reclusiveness after the fight when he just felt really guilty and although everyone was so proud and he tried to be with them, it was just like really debilitating for him and demeaning that he reduced himself to such kind of things.
I want to chip in here in terms of Archie. Sorry, Bon, I interrupted you.
You're okay.
I think the coolest thing was something that I don't often see in RPGs in general. Like the fact that it worked so well between you and Mark, the whole putting the Susan inside the ring thing.
Yeah. I didn't expect like Susan to be a big character for Archie. Like Archie's just like, this is a person who needs help. I can help them, and that's what it just thought. Like there's no Archie doesn't have.
Matter. And it doesn't matter the rules. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it doesn't matter the rules. Like it had to happen, and it did. You know, like you had a way, you had an idea, and Mark just said, you know what? I'm gonna use the rule of cool here. That makes sense. I'll do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. It can house a soul. It can house a soul.
Dio said that her favorite moment was the meeting between Susan and Archie because she thinks that was a tipping point for him to grow as a character.
Yeah, like I should clarify. Archie has no romantic feelings for Susan. Susan is just like a really good friend to Archie.
That's not what Twitter says.
The only friend.
Yeah.
Well, the only friend Archie
Twitter,
has.
Tumblr.
If that developed into something,
Rachel and Ross.
If that develops into something, sure. But
listen, it's already been shipped.
Stop
Sorry,
it,
Mr.
guys.
Bishop, to say
Let
I
him
would-
talk. Let him speak.
The
Shut
reason I
up.
think it was such a tipping point for Archie is because he's never had to stick up for someone's life and soul before, because he's been around a lot of doubt and death and horrific places growing up, and he's never had someone look to him for comfort and resolutions, only looking to him for answers to very horrible questions. Being a divination wizard under the influence of a very corrupt drow society, out of character, he was used a lot to try and spy and get information on the mortal world, on the surface world mortals. So the fact that this person is interested in Archie and wanting help from him in a genuine sake was really pushing him, like, hey, people want more from me than just what I have to offer. They kind of just want to be friends, and my skills don't matter. Also, I think I saw in chat, Archie being resourceful AF in jail.
Yeah.
I think that was pretty cool. I
That was
loved
really
that.
cool.
I loved playing that. I love the system of magic in D&D. It has its flaws, but I like the component system, and I wish it came up a lot more in D&D games, where the players had to scrounge around for things to cast these very powerful spells that they take for granted.
Yeah.
That not many people have access to. Like that mage armor. If I didn't have that mage armor, I would have been fucked that fight.
Yeah.
So many times was there so many close calls that I was going to get hit by those shadow demons, and just being like, hey, I have cured leather. I have a belt. Fucking rat that shit around.
Yeah, absolutely. Dio said that the thing about the Susan relationship isn't the possibility of a romantic aspect. That wasn't what she was talking about. She was talking about the fact that for the first time you had somebody who wanted, who you wanted to protect, who you wanted to take care of. And Archie has been so focused on Mother takes care of me, Bia takes care of me, like I get taken care of, and now he has somebody who needed him to take care of her. And that was a turning point for Archie.
It's not, she's not a damsel in distress. She could fucking
No,
take
not
care
at all.
of herself.
Not at all. She's not.
Especially, we saw that when she was in possession of Archie's body.
Yeah, but
she ran in.
Archie knew he had an opportunity to help this spirit be at rest, and he could do that. And I think that really was a turning point where Archie went from being afraid of everything to being like, there are things I can do that can.
Although Realtor, I'm sorry. Although Theo had like a wonderful input, because this is perfect. This sort of like thing was perfect for Theo, who had loss. I think it would have been great character arc if he was the one who sort of made this sort of like step in the direction. But I like that Archie has this sort of like, she's basically having recurring night terrors, and Archie's like, yeah, I've had that.
Yeah.
I can relate, bro.
Yeah. She's acting out recurring night terrors for eternity until Archie came along.
Can I say my favorite Archie moment?
Yeah, go for it.
Mine was very early on in the season with the very first introduction of the Duke. The setup for that scene where Archie gets a letter from a Duke that no one's ever heard of in a million years, and he has to come alone, and it's the dead of night, and that scene where the entire time Archie and the entire audience were guessing, like, what is the Duke? We just faced like monsters, and we saw like the dark wine glass, the dark Chardonnay. We couldn't tell if he was floating. There was a lot of clues in there that we were like, we're pretty sure he's a vampire. but like you agreed to work for him anyway. That was
Yeah,
a
I
crazy thing to do.
Yeah, he was. I think like Archie's thought process in that was like, this is really good for the dance. We have a possible like insight as to what the fuck, like where has our leader been in the past goddamn like 30 years or so.
And look how
And
that
it was-
backfired.
Yeah.
Well,
Well-
here's a question that I have. Did I lay it on too thick with the Duke early on, or
No,
was there
I
enough?
think
No, because we were still guessing.
Yeah,
He could have been a werewolf still.
He could have been a werewolf. He could have been like a fucking revenant. He could have been anything. He could have not been at all, and we were just being like given some red herrings.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, you always have to look out for that as a player.
In hindsight, we know what we were supposed to have been looking at, but back then we were taking guesses of what he was.
Good.
He could have
And
just
like
been
he
a really
still
depressed
aged
person.
from the portraits and stuff too, so you had a couple herrings in the other direction too.
Yeah, so yeah, we thought like, oh, he couldn't have been a vampire because he's gotten older. Yeah.
But
That
he's
is
just a
true.
late.
Yeah, the question is just when did he become a vampire,
When did he
right?
become a vampire? Yeah.
So,
That's all from chat. And no one else, and someone else wants to continue, feel free
Yeah,
to, because
yeah.
I can't.
Oh, I can go around the table for everybody.
Yeah.
If I just wrote it all down.
well,
Um,
Scarlet.
My favorite Lark moment.
Well,
Yeah.
let me just go
Yeah, go
through.
ahead.
I'm going to go through one person at a time, and we'll go through. Scarlet, what was your favorite? What was your favorite moment for Lark? And kind of just like Bun kind of went through a little bit about Archie as a character. If you want to say something about Lark as a character and her growth, feel free.
I feel like the meeting Mab moment was a favorite one for me, because up until that
Yeah.
point, like I didn't even know who the patron was. I left that in your hands. I knew you were going to do something awesome with it, but it was really cool to see that and come
We
to
were in the fucking
fruition.
Feywild. We were in the Feywild. Not many
Wild.
DMs let you go to the plane that your patron comes from, and that is always a thrill.
That was super super cool, and having the quest in there and avoiding the combat with the hags, that was pretty cool too. That we talked our way out of combat as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that whole meeting Mab, that was really cool for me. Also, for Lark's development, I think meeting the Marquis at the séance, and that's kind of the point where she started transitioning from being kind of like a charge of the dance and causing probably at least as much trouble as she was solving with the problems, to actually being like sought out, and she's starting to gain some
Start to make a
positive
difference.
reputation for herself. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I hope to see more of like Lark's conflict with like she has some sort of like debilitating disease or like affliction with her, right?
Well, she had a fever, so as a result of the fever, her strength is not where it used to be. So
Yeah.
she hasn't really faced up to the fact that maybe her previously chosen career and what her mother expects her to go into is not what she's going to end up doing. But I'm sure that'll come in little bits later.
Archie can help her get some new hobbies.
Well, she's got blasting things with Smite or Eldritch Blast over her shoulder now as a hobby.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god, yeah. Every time that I think I've looked at it, every time you've done that, like cast something from behind, it's always hit.
Yeah, every time you cast over your shoulder, it hits. Every single
The
time.
dice have been kind.
Yeah.
No look at that.
Did you
I can
crit
claim
once?
no credit for that.
Didn't you crit once while
And
casting
I thought
behind?
she crit twice, actually.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
To be honest.
Oh, okay.
It always
yeah.
works
Yeah,
out.
we did.
And I feel like it's always with the
Like
Umber Hulk. Every time the Umber Hulk shows up, she's
That
like,
fucking
I'm just gonna
Umber
cast
Hulk.
behind
Yeah.
my shoulder and hope I hit it.
Well,
Yeah, that
at least
poor
it
Umber Hulk.
distracts it if it misses,
That is
right?
that is your new nemesis. Is that Umber Hulks have like? Let me check their intelligence. To see like what kind of like. Oh, they have intelligence of 9. Yeah, that guy is like, I hate that person.
Oh yeah. The Umber
That
Hulk has
person is-
probably developed resistance to force damage just because of the number of times Lark has hit it with an Eldritch Blast.
Oh, I hope
Improvise,
not.
adapt,
We
overcome.
don't need any more trouble with that thing.
That makes sense.
Dio
Just-
said that meeting Mab was one of her favorite moments for Lark, and also the unveiling of the fact that you're a changeling was really big.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was good to get to, and I'm glad there was like a lead up to it as well.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
I feel bad because like Archie's just like, what's a changeling?
It was
he
a
doesn't know anything.
The thing was, it happened at a seriously dramatic like moment for the party because it's like we have to go rescue Archie. It's time for me to tell them who I really am, and that
Yeah.
was really really neat. So I really like that. Anybody else have moments for Lark that they want to share? I know Johnny, you have something.
I just really like the entirety of the.
That was
of
it. Meeting Queen Mab.
Ah, okay.
That was exactly it. Yeah.
I love the entirety of how she took so much lead in the sort of, I guess it was a party or like the dinner we had with the Marquis.
Oh, the seance.
Mm-hmm.
The seance, yeah. Is there any intended tension between Lark and the Marquis?
Of course there is.
Because I 100% am for that.
He's probably got
Ship it.
politically important marriages he needs to make.
You're just
Fuck
throwing shade to try and get people off the Archie Susan ship
Yeah.
right there. That's all that
Yeah.
was.
And
Enough on that.
you forget, but a long time ago, it was the Duke with the Archie.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the original
Then it
ship.
was- And then it was Archie with the fucking werewolf that like, kicked his ass, which I was down with. I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. But then we went off into the Duke territory again, and then we found Susan.
Oh my god. It's just the Archie ships,
with
left and right.
everyone.
Everyone's
Left and right.
shipping everyone now. Oh god.
Bruh, she's married. I'm not
To
a.
no,
I'm not a
she's
homewrecker.
no, no.
do them part.
We know. I'm not. Archie is not a home. Till death do it.
Thrice, really.
No, like God knows how many times they've been parted.
I'm sorry that I've thrown this back out there. I'm so sorry. I know that in playing the Marquis in that moment, I wanted the Marquis to come off as being charismatic and know how to address a young lady of stature. So I wanted there to be some sense of like at least like
Polite, courtly,
coll-
flirting stuff.
right,
that's,
exactly.
Like expected in that realm.
Exactly. So, you know, I wanted that to be there without it being like overt or necessarily meaning that it needed to lead to anything more than just courtly introductions. They're talking about swords in chat right now.
Yeah,
Uh,
pretty much.
They're giving us good advice.
Yeah, I'm gonna just put my name.
Yeah. If you want advice about how statistics and everything work, those are the two guys to ask right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say, doing the math on if I hit twice on 2 weapon attacks, that's 2d6, so average 7, versus a definite d8. So, but I will say, for you guys, I'm thinking of, I'm in D&D Beyond looking at homebrew weapons.
Of course you
that
are.
are the exact same as Frostbrand, but with a different weapon type. Because it doesn't make sense for Max to just come up with an ice weapon. So I'm looking at a Firebrand weapon. So mechanically, it would be the same as a Frostbrand weapon, but
Well,
the
that's
damage type
that's
is
flame
fire.
tongue. That's flame
Whip
tongue.
sword, I take it.
Oh, flame tongue.
There's a
But
flame
it's-
tongue
flame
weapon.
tongue is a higher level weapon. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
trying to
It
get
is.
one of the same caliber.
Understood. Anyway, I have to say that like each of the characters are my favorite character for a different reason. Like I can't,
Yeah.
I don't know how else to phrase it, but like there are each of your characters. I see the potential of the direction they can grow in, not as stat blocks, but as like people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's what I look at. I can tell you that I rely entirely on you guys for what your characters are capable of doing, right? If I need to double check something, I can go in and look at that when I need to. So, like, don't bullshit a bullshitter. But, like, for the most part, my focus is on the character, the character of the person, as opposed to the character, the stat block. And I can kind of see the direction that your characters are heading in like their character arc. And it's really neat to watch that occur, because like Archie has gone from, in the very first adventure, I remember Archie like cowering in the corner and throwing magic spells and describing how like he's channeling his fear through those spells and like ducking and hiding and things like that. And now he's like, he walks into a room full of people who are injured from werewolf attacks, and his first instinct is, I'm gonna eat their curse. Like, you know, like and just like the arc that it's taking from Archie being this scared, defenseless refugee to truly becoming this like diviner and healer, and like he's transforming into this.
He's
like,
bending the veil.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of being afraid of his nightmares, he's protecting others from the nightmares he projects. I think a big pivot
was when you mentioned that thread, that web that like linked all the lives together.
Mm-hmm.
It just snapped in his head, like, oh, that's what's important.
Right. And
these people.
For Lark, like seeing Lark going from like almost unsure what her place in the membership of the dance was, and like unsure of her place in the world because she's coming out of her mother's shadow, and like trying to figure out exactly where she fits, to being like the social leader of the party, like going to that dinner and like taking charge in that situation, and always having like, she always comes through in the most crucial moments of just being like the clutch member of the dance who like gets everybody out, like pulls everybody out of the fire at the right moments. And it's pretty neat to see this arc developing where more and more she's coming into her own. Like she's learned who her patron is, and now she like has entered the social circles, and like you said, like made some positive reputation for herself. And just seeing her grow into this very competent combatant, but also have this like I will tell you that one of my favorite Lark moments was actually giving the artifact to Mab. Giving the goblet to Mab was one of my favorite Lark moments, because there was so much trust and devotion that it doesn't matter that my patron is the queen of the like the dark side of fairy. Like she will protect this, and I am her servant. And it was like just such an amazing like Lark moment for me. I loved that moment so much.
That's gonna get us in trouble someday, but
maybe.
Story.
But
that's what you had to do, right?
Yeah.
To get that back, they'd have to sacrifice something big.
It's not Ravenreach's problem anymore. Somebody else's problem.
Just remember that Mab treated it as a trade.
Yeah.
As a gift for a gift. So
her problem now.
Max.
Hey, more drama for us, you know? More potential things to happen in the future.
Hell yeah. Every time I can make your story worse. I mean better. I'm gonna do it. Johnny, what's your favorite Max, kind of your favorite Max moment over the course of the campaign?
Every day's a good Max moment.
That is the most Johnny answer ever.
I mean, there's always an opportunity to derail things. So I'm grateful that I'm allowed to do that.
I got a tackle for you to get you started if you're stumped.
I mean, one of my very favorite ones, because, okay, there's two things that I liked from the very beginning, is that being the rich kid, I would just pull things that I know I shouldn't get away with. Like casting Charm Person on a policeman and
God.
just saying, when the charm person fails and he gets angry with me, he knows who my father is. And Mark saying, "You're going to get in trouble for this." And I'm like, "I know, but my father is the Lord of Ravenreach. He can't touch me."
Riverwatch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And then later on, because I had so many plans for Maximilian. What really needed to happen is for him to lose everything, because then all of my shenanigans of trying to reclaim things and stealing things could finally happen. Now I can cast, like, it came at a really great opportunity, because as I was leveling, I was getting invisibility and disguise self, and I was getting like all this stealth stuff, and I was like, wonderful. I am leveling up at the same time I'm losing everything. I'm just gonna steal it all back.
Just letting you know, Mark, before we continue. Next week, whatever time it is right now, I'm assuming, what's your time right now, Mark?
for me, it is currently 10:14 at night.
Okay, at 11, I need to be out the door and heading towards the train to get to uni. So
no problem.
I probably will be finishing at like 10. I'll probably be having to leave at 10:45 your time.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's starting next week, and I'll go for like 6 weeks or so.
Okay.
I'm going back to uni because COVID restrictions are lifted.
Good for you.
Nobody believes that, Bon. You're not gonna go to every class. Come on.
I know. I wish I didn't have to. I love working at home. I love working at home so much.
Dio said the best Max moment when he was destitute and how badass he was with coming up with the plan to rescue Archie. Other favorite Max moments around the room?
I enjoyed the moment where he found the ad and he almost became a gentleman of the night to make some extra cash after being sold. Will forever stay in my mind.
Yeah.
And also when he goaded Elena's husband into appearing, so we could actually destroy him, just insulted him.
I remember, yeah. Your wife was very easy to kill.
God, you were just brutal and on top of it with those comebacks.
Absolutely. I have to say, like,
I'm so surprised that Maximilian's not like part bard. Just like College of Wisdom.
Vicious mockery.
Yeah, I would reward a character with the canter of Vicious Mockery if they could pull that shit off.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and I feel like getting disowned has led to the most character growth for Max, for sure. For sure.
Absolutely.
It was necessary.
Yeah.
Dio said when he almost stayed with the Dryad. That was a great moment. Here's something great. Like, in all of my other groups, there are a lot of so on Tuesday night, there are a lot of characters who are very, there's kind of a balance of characters who are serious and silly. There's a decent balance of them. And then Wednesday, my Wednesday day group, there's a lot of silly characters. And then there's one or two characters who at any given time, they will switch to playing like the serious role, the straight man role in that group. And it's like a lot of comedy is happening with one person kind of being like the thing that the comedy bounces off of. And Friday's the same way. It's this very comedic group, and Saturday has a similar balance of like comedy drama, like bouncing off of each other. It's in equal parts. But this group, like, you have four very, very serious characters. Theo is deeply grieving his wife forever and, like, delving deeper into necromancy in order to, like, sate his desire to bring his wife back to life. And Lark is
He's coping.
Yeah. Of course that's coping. And Lark is, like, takes her devotion to her patron very seriously and has this desire to become her own person and not live in her mother's shadow and gain this gain this strength for herself. And Archie is, we've talked about his arc and how serious that is, and the nightmares and all of that. And Riltar is this man of faith who is devoted to like healing the world and like saving everybody, and just like this.
And then
this
we have Max.
truly, and then you have Max, and Max is the comic relief of the group, right? Like the most serious shit can be hitting the fan, and everybody is like cringing inside with how dangerous or serious or deadly or like horrible, like with the witches in the swamp. Like all of you, the witches were like tearing into all of you in the swamp, emotionally like shredding your characters, and Maximilian is like just completely oblivious to it.
I love how they're just like, this one we cannot do anything with.
Yeah.
It's like he's a lost cause.
Yeah, and it's great because at first Max really rubbed me the wrong way as a character because he felt like a one-trick joke, and
No, it's a infinite trick joke.
He's grown.
It's played to perfection. I can't get enough of Maximilian.
Exactly. The thing is with Maximilian is that he is growing as a character, but doesn't want to admit that he's growing as a character. But it's also, but it's also not, in some ways, not really growing as a character. He's still finding, like, he's still looking for schemes to get what he wants, and like is like selfish, or trying to convince himself that he's selfish, but then he does things that are completely not selfish at all, and then is like, oh yeah, that's still selfish because blah 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 blah. And Riltar's over there now. Riltar's a great foil for Maximilian, because Riltar's over there like, no, I see the good in you, even if you don't want to admit it. And maybe Riltar's completely wrong, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he
The
is.
dynamic I see here that with Realtor and Maximilian reminds me a lot of Lord Hader and Wanda from Wanda Over Yonder. It just really gives me those vibes. Like this guy who is just trying to see good in something, and this person who's just so deep in their like ego and personality that they can't be changed, and maybe that's for the better, or for the worse. Who knows?
But
That's just them.
I love how Max has still had a story arc, right? He hasn't stayed this, he's not disruptive. He was pulling the party in one direction, and, like, the party has kind of balanced out now, and Max's schemes are starting to, well, go towards things like rescuing Archie. So, yeah.
Being applied to a good purpose. But I was gonna say about all those things you said that it's a little bit to do with the whole theme of the campaign as well, right? Like the campaign is aimed at being a little bit more serious and darker tone and so on and so forth. And so I think when you described it, you did a good job at describing it, because it motivated us to get in it with this kind of character, right?
Absolutely.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have played although I enjoy it a lot, it's not my go-to character. The cleric, this do everything right and focus on the greater good, and let's fight all the darkness that we see around us. The world's not lost. There's always hope. That kind of thing is not my go-to character normally, but I said, you know what, that'll fit right in this. So, and I think in some way or another, everybody who's playing here did have that kind of thing in mind when created the character.
When you say that, everyone had the same thought process in character creation, where it's like, okay, this is a serious campaign. I need to make a serious character.
Yeah.
My thought process for creating Maximilian is I'm going to create a punching bag, because I know bad things are going to happen. If bad things only happen to Maximilian, it'll spare the other characters some pain. But then I got attached to Maximilian.
Maximilian is a great character, and he really has become like not just the comic relief of the group, but like in some ways he I don't know. I don't know. Maximilian has a special place in the hearts of the Dance Macabre and in the hearts of the audience. I will tell you that 100%. Like,
Thea is both frustrated, and I love the little like the point where like we're all squabbling, we're all wanted criminals, and we're all just like, hey, I take offense to that, like acting like siblings, and I love how like little flash of smile and like joy and amongst all this these terrible things that have happened in the past. And it was just really lovely to see that from Beatrice.
Absolutely.
I feel that Maximilian is, by some definition, the most human out of all of us. Because he can exhibit both good and bad, and greed and genuine, gratitude and all that other happy emotions and negative emotions all in one. And we all can do, we all do that, but in smaller cases, or some cases very high. Like Theo is very serious, but he has very low, very determined. Then Lark is very, leadership and all, and yeah,
I would say
very human, very.
Well,
Yeah,
Lark
everyone-
Theo and Max are the only humans. So, by definition, one of the two of you has to be the most human.
Every character has a dynamic to play. Like Theo is the most determined and devoted of the lot. Maximilian is the most human and multi-dimensional. Archie is the most compassionate. Lark is the most focused and driven and confident, and Realtor is the most optimistic and hopeful out of the lot.
Pat Sir Bowie in chat said that Max is like the fulcrum around which the whole thing teeter-totters. He can't imagine what the others would do if people started fucking with Max. It would get really ugly.
That would be a side to Archie that had no one has ever seen. Because
I for a long time I thought that Archie was the heart of the group, but I think Max is actually the heart of the group. He's the I don't know.
He tricked him in the DM. Look at this.
Yeah.
No. Max has no heart. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I think Max is the soul of the group.
He's got so much heart, he needs 8 gods to share it with. Before he's a 9.
I have my holy symbol on a keychain.
Flash forward.
Oh my
level 20,
god.
Flash forward to level 20, and Max is surrounded by he's just in a lavish bed with all these gods, just yeah, this is how it's supposed to be.
I was thinking if I got an interaction with Father Abel, I would say oh yes, I'm also a devout believer in Orad, as I take out my keychain and then start flipping through it, and then the very last one is my symbol of Orad.
A keychain with
Where is that one? The
Oh
symbol
my
of Orad?
god! Oh my
It's
god!
the one that looks like.
You show the wrong one to start with, and it's actually a horrifying evil god. It's
Oh
that's
my
not the one.
God. Adam, tell me about Theo. What's your favorite thing? Tell me some things that are your favorite about Theo, and we can talk a little bit about Theo as a character as well.
I feel like I could do a lot better, but I'd say my favorite would be getting arrested by that police officer.
That was good.
That was so
Very
unexpected
bad
for
roles.
me. I was expecting to be doing a good thing, and I got arrested for it, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm let's go with this. See how this goes. Gets arrested, gets sent to jail. Maximilian breaks me out. I'm tricking him and everything. And I'm kind of hoping, in the back of my head, that I'm gonna have to eventually meet that guard again.
That guard is gonna
to
see.
arrest me again.
That guard is gonna see your picture in the paper and be like, "I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it!"
Yeah, there's so much evidence against us.
That makes sense.
Even the werewolves are like, "Oh, this makes sense."
Any other favorite Theo moments for people?
The wife reveal, the wedding ring, and it was it was
the ghost.
It was a
and,
solo
like,
moment, but it was early in the season where
What, season
Uh,
2 or season 3?
it was early in the season where Theo got to the dance library for the very first time, and he just mentioned something like very offhandedly about his wife as he was looking
Yeah.
through necromancy books. I was like, that's when it clicked in my head, like, oh,
Yeah,
he's
same
not
here.
like some people make necromancy characters because it's fun, but it just like clicked in my mind, like, oh, that's your reason for the necromancy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it before. I thought it was going to be actually a he was doing necromancy, not to resurrect his wife, because Theo seemed like a person who understands that that would not accomplish anything, and would because he mentioned talking about grief and letting go to as soon as he started talking about that with fucking Susan. Archie thought that, oh, he's not like the necromancers I read in these books. He's doing it for some other reason, and that's what I hope. That's what Archie hopes, is that there's like some other like reason that he's putting so much devotion to these practices
Well, I
that are
think
typically used for
Very dark
purposes.
things.
Yeah, very.
I think there's a
more
combination of Theo that one.
It's like a little nice confliction between, like, inside it's like I want her back, but also this is not right.
I think that happens, right, Adam?
Yeah.
I think there's a part of Theo that studies undead to just because he doesn't like them, isn't there? A part of it.
I made it so that he absolutely hates undead for the fact that she died because of a ghoul. But he's also very infatuated. Just very much wanted her back so badly that he was willing to the evil that create them just to bring her back.
See, now that's where he's gonna have to have a talk with Archie, because
And
yeah,
we also had that part where I was talking to Beatrice. You could have also been a priest too, and I was like, God's killed her.
Theo, you're cutting out a little.
Why
You might bring your mic closer.
Yeah, Adam,
Oh,
bring your.
sorry.
There you go.
The gods killed her, or at least the gods didn't protect her. Why would I pray to them when they couldn't even protect the one thing that gave me sunshine and happiness and all that?
Mm-hmm.
How, I don't know.
No, I like it. I like it. There's a dichotomy to Theo that makes him so much more of a complex character than just I want to create undead necromancer. And I mean, I know you do want to create undead. But
I'm slowly losing the idea that I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna see if I can go maybe a different path than that. But we'll see.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Dio said that she loves the scene of Theo going to the Amberglows to try and trying to leave all mysterious and cool, and then being called back in for a free magic wand, and he has to return inside to take it. Also, him trying to cast a ritual to help the guys being being interrupted because they have to flee. Like, you're trying to raise dead, and it takes like forever to raise them while this combat is
While
starting.
everyone else is doing it's just like, Jesus.
Initially doing that, were you thinking that was going to take like one round or something?
I thought there would be a lot more enemies to fight, and I thought we would be like kind of outmatched.
Yeah,
I thought that's
that
what
was
was going to happen.
a great idea, but then like we were like, oh shit, they went in.
Yeah, you guys are killing way too many. I was like, oh man, this is not going the way I thought this was going to go. I thought we were going to have I just thought we were going to have a tougher battle. I thought we were going to have a lot harder battle, and I was like, we need backup. Dead. Right. Oh, wait, what? What? Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
It would have been the right call if they didn't sound such dire straits on the other side of the wall.
And then accidentally making the reveal that you're a necromancer to Archie, who is not the worst person you want to reveal that to, but the probably most knowledgeable person about necromancy so far to make that reveal to.
Bowie said that he loves the interplay between Theo and Archie. Two people who have devoted their lives to the arcane, and they ask questions. They ask each other questions. They're constantly asking questions about like the world and things like that. And there is a really cool interplay between the two of you as wizards.
I love the interact. Like I was like going to this like I was like, okay, maybe I'll be the only wizard. No, there's so many goddamn familiars that I was like, you know what, this is okay.
Yeah, it works really well for this party, right?
Yeah.
Like, how often do you get to play in a party and you're the only wizard or the only spellcaster? And in this party, like, there's a whole lot that gets to go on with that. And I think there's a really interesting, like, mix of things that happen because you have so many spellcasters and so many familiars.
Even though me and Theo are different, like, we're both wizards, the way we cast spells and the way, like, we operate are completely different.
Yeah.
And I like that in D&D. Like, not all wizards are going to be, like, slinging spells from, like, wands and shit. Like,
neither one of you do. Neither one of you do. Yeah. You're both utility wizards in very different ways, right? Like, really a lot.
About science. Theo's about the science of spells, and Archie's about the spirituality of spells.
It's very interesting. And even though the party has 3 familiars flying around, like
they're all different.
They're all so different. But yeah, 2 flying around, 1 crawling. But they're all so different, right? They're all they each have their own personalities, and they each interact with your characters and the other characters in very different ways.
Spiders can fly. Well, if Mother makes like a long strand of silk, maybe she could drift off with the wind. But yeah. God.
Next project.
My favorite Theo moment, to be completely honest, was actually the moment I had talked about earlier, was with the witches in the Feywild. Just how deeply they dug into Theo, Theo, like, Adam, you played up the anger in Theo, and like just the emotional response that you gave. That and the other one was actually where you revealed, like Johnny said, the reveal of like what Theo's driving force is when you were talking to the ghosts, when you were talking Susan down. Like, those 2 moments were huge moments for Theo as a character, and you just rose to the occasion and really played the shit out of those moments. Like, I don't even know what else to say. Like, Theo came to life for me in both of those interactions. So
I feel like the Susan one could have been.
What's that?
I feel like the Susan one could have been better. I messed up the dialogue.
It was impactful.
You were on the right track. You were doing really well.
Yep.
And like, I think you're trying to like extend it on, but you said what you needed to say.
Yeah.
Like, you said what you needed to say.
It stands out in my mind. So if you think you did something wrong, like, that is not what sticks out in my mind. What sticks out in the mind has how right that scene was. So
if you ever feel like, I don't know if that's like, I don't know if what I'm saying is right. Imagine if you lost someone that was really close to you, like how that would make you feel, what you would think.
Yeah.
Very messy and life.
That's not going to be accurate, and because this is a different character, this is a whole different person, but you can take aspects, like when I roleplay Archie, when he's a nervous wreck, that's how I am when I'm a nervous wreck. I know, like, you kind of take aspects and implement into your character. I'm not too sure how that plays into Lark, but I'm assuming Lark as a player can be very confident and like, or be liberated to have that aspect of themselves played out in this role playing scenario. I'm not really great at communicating stuff like that, so I want to play a character who's struggling to show about their identity and has a struggle with their creative skills because of it. How you want to play Theo, you can challenge yourself and like bring in things that aspects of yourself that you find to be compelling, and fully realize that in a safe environment where you can roleplay that.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's just selves that things that you want to be. Like if you want Theo to be gritty, determined, and have like no shits about anything, you can try and take that aspect and fully realize it in the form of Theodore.
100% agree.
I don't go to film school, by the way. That shit sounded like I was just like film school bullshit, but no.
Yeah, the drawing of your wife was definitely my favorite Theo moment. But I also, for comedic effect, I really also enjoyed the vomiting acid on the locks.
Yes, absolutely.
That's gonna go down in infamy. And I also enjoyed your like top hat with dagger details.
Yeah.
Also,
Red right hand.
I loved how pissed Theo got when he found out that the Marquis knew that he was a wizard. He's like, "What the fuck? Why does he know this?" Like grumpy old man Theo came out. It was so great.
I need grumpy old man Theo. Sometimes I feel like he acts a bit too young. I'm gonna say that, but I love when like grumpy old Theo comes out.
Mm-hmm. Or like when you guys were running through the city and Theo's all like winded because he's like, "I'm a 52-year-old man running through the city. I'm too old for this shit."
People don't remember that like that age thing does have it is real. Like
oh man,
some 72-year-old swing. I mean, you can be indeed. You can be a 17-year-old that swings a great sword like it's nothing, but still.
Yeah.
I'll try to play up it more. Play it up.
No, you don't have to, but like you've been doing great.
I want to. I just forget.
Yeah.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
I'd
He's not supposed to be doing that.
I thought like when you cast False Life, it's just you like cracking your back and like or taking like some sort of pill for your for your chronic back pain.
I feel like when
meal for breakfast, keep them regular.
What's that, Adam?
Yeah.
There was when I was working on the synopsis for episode 2, moment where it was me and Maximilian. We were carrying Kurt's body down into the crypt because we wanted to make sure we had Kurt's body, and I don't know. I remember the commentary was like, "Live with your back, live with your back." And Maximilian eventually supposedly drops Kurt, and we don't know what part he drops, either the head or the legs, but I'm gonna assume that was the head. And he was just like, "Oh God, no! What are you doing?"
It was so good. Also, I just realized that False Life, the material component, is a small amount of alcohol or distilled spirits. So you could just be like winded or frustrated, and then just like pull out like your flask and just like just take a whole swig to get False Life.
Yeah.
I do enjoy when I feel like grumpy old man Theo has to come out in every combat, right? Like when you guys get into combat, there's just got to be this sense of like, fucking fighting shit again. I'm not supposed to
always cool.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm supposed to be studying wizardry, not out here blowing up zombies. God damn it, I'm too old for this. And just like casting spells, like he just doesn't give a crap about anybody he's like fighting. You know what I mean? Like, just like fuck you in particular.
Just my aching bones. Oh God, how old are you? 52. What year is it?
All right, Bruno. Tell me about your favorite Realtar moment.
I
or
was
maybe a
trying
few.
to think about it.
Realtor came in late, but I feel like he's been here the whole time.
Yeah.
He's
Nice, thanks, man. No, I'm gonna go with the recent one. Here's what I'll do. I'll do it one from today. Actually, it's one from today that kind of lingered out from last session. It was pointed out by Bowie, Sir Bowie the Bodacious. It's the Drax the Destroyer moment that Realtor had. He looked at the Duke and like, the Duke? Who is the Duke? The goal now is to defeat the demon.
Yeah.
Like, the Duke, I don't care about the Duke. It's like, Ronan, no, I want to kill Thanos now.
Yeah. I'd love to think that like Realtor's just gonna keep seeing bigger and bigger threats onto the humanity.
No,
and it's
no,
like, I want
he
to fight
didn't
that
want me
one.
to do that. He wanted me to do that.
I have to say that, like, you're right. Riltar just fit a role that needed to be filled in the party. And again, not even like from a class perspective, but from a just a personality perspective. Like he really just like
He adds to the dynamic of all of us that we're kind of all, I feel, lacking to some degree.
just like this steady wisdom.
He's got the moral compass.
Yeah.
Yes.
That Archie almost has, but none of the rest of us really
Guys,
have.
remember that time where all four of us, or all three of us, all four of us killed a person?
Yeah.
Walter wasn't there when that
Yeah,
happened.
but Archie was there like, guys, maybe we should stop doing this. But Archie's like the Jiminy Cricket to like 3 Pinocchios. And
I just want to add something to what Lark said. And the greatest thing is, the only really good character is Realtor. But if you asked Realtor, he would say, "No, all my friends are third-worthy and they're the best people around. You can trust them."
you bring the heroic out of all the other characters, though. Like, you've really done that where, like, they always had it in them to rise to the occasion, but Riltar really just
Realtor
like
is so sure of
instills.
himself.
Yeah, he just instills
and
that
so sure of his
sense.
friends.
You know,
And when you have someone who sees faith in you, you can start to see faith in yourself.
yeah, it's something that this party needed. And at any given moment, like, Riltar comes in and says, "I have faith in you. I know you can do this. You're going to do the right thing." And then they end up doing the right thing because Riltar believed in them.
Realtor's just the spiritual embodiment of of Kurt.
He is.
Very well timed guidance. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's funny because
Guys,
I was looking for the right character to add to the group after Lukash left. I knew that it needed to be somebody who could be, like I said, Max's foil. And I never imagined that we would find a character who so perfectly embodies that role. But Riltar really, really does. Like, he is he doesn't push it. He doesn't push his he's not lawful stupid, right? He's not this pushy, not this pushy character who's like, we're doing the right thing no matter what. It's just this steady.
I believe you can do the right thing.
Yeah, it's this steady guidance of like,
you're going to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I believe you can do the right thing.
exactly. It's this
Which
guiding
I
force.
think I need to look at like being a lawful good or good aligned character who has like some sort of faith thing.
Yeah,
Dio.
and the
Really
whole point I was trying to get across is like, he's not charismatic, so his thing is not, but he's intelligent and he has higher than average intelligence, and he's wise, right? So he doesn't try to come to you and say, "Oh, I'm gonna try to convince you," or I'm just gonna like bully you into doing what I think it's right. He's gonna be like trying to get in your mind in the sense of, you should really do this because of this and this and that, right? So that's more of his vibe than like just being that super charismatic that talks a lot and says a bunch of nice things, or just try to show you this is my way, or it's my way or the highway because you're evil and I'm just smite you.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, we've faced many of evil enemies, and Realtor's had like the openness to be like, okay, I'm gonna wait. Like, especially with Susan and like, I think a few werewolves. I think sometimes I can't remember.
Not the werewolves.
not
the
Susan and
There were several small moments like that.
yeah, where he's
But
just
for
like,
instance, with
I'll
Lark,
follow your
Yeah,
lead.
I think it was when Archie and Lark hadn't done it at the time, but like, when Archie had like shown Realtor that it's like, hey, I'm a creature of darkness. It is possible for these creatures also to be like me.
Yeah,
After much investment,
and
was helpful for like both the party and Realtor to see that.
Yeah, and Lark, her reveal of the fact that she's a changeling, and he was like, I'm unsure about this, but I trust you, so it's okay. And like that was another moment where Realtar's just like, I have faith in you guys. I'm not going to doubt you. It's really great. Dio said in chat, I love how much faith he puts in Maximilian and how supportive he is to Archie. And Bowie said that Realtar is the ultimate wingman.
God.
If there was a meme that would represent Realtor, it would be the I have done nothing wrong ever in my life, and then it's the old white man saying, I know this and I love you.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I find that...
No, but I think the tanks are big, like, to piggyback on what Bowie said. It's the tank is the big wingman, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree.
Anyways, just probably we should do something like a really just fast, kind of quick thing to get this over. Realtor, my favorite moment for you was literally when you when we were fighting the wood elves and the creatures from the portal, and you just like jump in the middle and you're like, oh yeah, guys want to try this? Boom! Sun power light smite all the fucking enemies. Take that, motherfuckers, and just you're killing everyone, and you're just cementing yourself as like a real like
that.
People believe that clerics are like, oh, I don't want to play cleric because I don't want to be heal bitch. Too many of my friends have said this to me. I'm like, you're fucking not.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You could really be a cleric and be like, cleric heal us. It's like, no, I do the other thing.
You won't need healing.
My version of cleric is first round cast Spirit Guardians, second round bonus action Sanctuary dodge action, move into everybody's space.
Yeah.
Burn everything in your path.
Yeah. Well, remember what he's done right after he did that scene that Theo mentioned? I'm forgetting the expression now. I forgot the expression, but it doesn't matter. So he just walked right in the middle, and then Archie said, "Oh no, I need to cast web," and I was like, "Hit me!"
Do it.
Do it.
Oh man, that was actually like I think I mentioned that was my favorite moment actually already. Like that went so well.
Yep.
That web and keeping that bitch there.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, guys. Favorite DM moments?
My favorite DM moment is the one where you let us turn level 8 after this session.
Didn't you guys just go up a level? No, I don't.
Yeah, we did.
You did.
No.
Yeah, you did.
That was a long time ago.
Stop.
My favorite Realtar moments, because I got distracted, were his fireball. His unpretentiousness at the seance when everybody else wanted to get dressed up. He's like, nope, I'm just going in this.
Yep.
The Spirit Guardians saving the day a whole bunch of times. And then a lot of your like heart-to-hearts with the different characters.
Yeah, the heart-to-hearts.
Facing up to the fucking...
That's so sweet. Thanks, Lark.
Yeah, those are my favorite, just before we move on, because cats distracted me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Holding yourself out in front of a goddamn vampire. You're like, what? We're like level 6. We were level 6 at the time, and that was a vampire. That was a fucking vampire. And you held out.
Yeah. Well, I think they commented that on the chat as well, saying that they really liked how I faced the Duke, and I'm like, get out of here. I don't...
100%.
You're gonna see. I'm gonna show you the light. Like, kind of thing.
Oh, you're gonna bite me? Here's my shield.
Yeah, shield to the face.
Fight this.
When was that, Bowie? Ratcheting up the tension to the point where you can see. Oh, so
he was talking about
having
DM moments.
So good because
he was saying that the DM moments in this campaign are his favorite of all the campaigns because there's so many good cameras. Not in every campaign we don't have as good quality cameras all the time, and he said that he can see the actual tension building in the players at certain moments
I fidget so much. I really need to get like unironically get like a fidget machine or a fidget, like not a fidget spinner, just a fidget machine because I like clicking.
I have to say that, like, as a DM, my favorite moments in this campaign as a DM are playing Mab. Honestly, I love playing Mab. She is just so freaking like the Duke is a bad guy and he's powerful and a bad guy, but like Mab is so off the charts powerful and she knows it, and like it's just so fun to play a character who just knows how badass they are, and like
to play a character who you don't even know what they're gonna fucking do.
Yeah.
So that's
the
a really cool
unpredictability.
Mark, I agree.
Of her,
Sorry, Lark. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the unpredictability of her motivations and deciding like which grudges are like potentially, I don't know, small grudges that have blossomed into generations ending conflicts. Yeah.
The great thing about playing Mab is that I can literally drop the tiniest little bit of anything into a conversation, and it makes everybody, all of you go, "What was that? Wait, what does that mean?" Like,
no, and I like the fact that, for instance, if you're playing the Duke, you have to still restrict yourself to logical. When I say logical, between quotes, things like what kind of spells he has, what kind of spells can he use, and but with her, you can just do whatever you want.
Yes, I can.
Like, she's so like, I'm gonna change the weather. Why? Because she can. Fuck that.
Yep. Like, just the little subtle comment of like talking to Lark about being her patron and her dropping a mention of, well, your father, blah, 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 blah. And it was just this throwaway line for Mab that holds so much significance for, like, wait, what? Like, I think that, I think that's really, like, that's the fun of playing that character for me. So, yeah.
That reminds me of another fun Realtar moment is when we were giving the orb to Queen Mab, and everyone had already met her and knew what her deal was, so we were all ready to bow and kneel, and Realtar was just like, "Excuse me, miss."
Yeah.
I don't know how you ended here, but you better explain yourself.
Absolutely.
I like that one because Max was not in trouble at that moment.
No.
Yeah.
Else was.
That was the
was the
one
good
time.
one.
That was the one time I got to like smack Realtar around for doing something stupid, right? It was like,
Oh, he wasn't aware.
oh yeah, completely.
So wise, you certainly did not know who was the boss of that realm.
Well, even if he did, he would never believe that, right? Like, she just showed up. He doesn't know who Lark actually is. Like, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now you do, but
Yeah.
No, you do.
yeah.
As we all bow our heads and then, "Excuse me, miss," we all look back up at him like, "Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
You're gonna kill us."
It's like, no,
When the kid in class is
Realtar,
being
don't do
class
that,
clown.
don't do that.
And
When
that's,
the kid class is being the class clown, just as school's about to end.
Oh,
For
man.
DM moments, I also enjoyed like getting to sanctify places again and having the interaction there and your willingness to kind of let us steer off that track if that wasn't somewhere you were intending to go, and kind of rolling with it. You've been very patient with our diversions off the beaten track, that's for sure.
Your diversions are what make
I
the
want to
game.
put this forward. Oh, sorry. You can
Go ahead.
continue.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I would love to just, even if like you don't have anything big prepared, I was just ready to have like the rest of the session is just like Archie's like, all right, can we go get that tea now?
Let's
Just
get
having
lunch.
a quiet night, a quiet lunch, even if it was only had to be in the private sanctum, like just having a sit down lunch together and like talking about where we come from and like actually like starting to open up about the characters a bit.
I'll let that
So,
happen. I think that's important that you guys have a scene where it's just you guys like being
Lumber party.
Yeah.
Us and the housekeeper. putting the housekeeper
I mean,
through her
it's up
paces.
to us. We can either do it inside the castle docker, not castle docker,
Weston Court.
Time Mr. Court, or we
Weston
can do it
Court.
inside of what is it called? The Norlov Manor.
Nope, it's Weston Court now.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Where's Western Court?
He's saying Norlov
Better
Manor
than
is
Manor
Weston Court
anyway.
now.
Oh,
He's
Yeah.
naming it after his mother's side of the family.
So are we gonna have that moment where we're all sitting down on a couch and then like a maid comes in and we have to be like, you need to be able to do this, this, and this. Are you good at cleaning bodies? And it's like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. You guys will get to interview housekeepers. I'm sure that will be
yeah,
loads
exactly,
of fun.
it's an interview.
That'll be your
Downtime.
Hot Springs episode. Like, you know how every anime has a Hot Springs episode as a filler? Like you
Right,
guys
right.
Each
interviewing
episode.
yeah.
The hot bath, yeah.
By the
I've
way,
had
Dio,
I've had so many hot bath episodes, and actually my players' favorite episodes is like going to a public bath because I have like a crazy batshit insane hostess who's like this halfling woman with big old eyes and just has this big old round like spectacles and has like this bag of salt rocks that she just keeps munching on just constantly.
oh my
And
god.
like while I'm talking to my players, I'll have like a cup of ice next to me and I just put one of them in and crunch it uncomfortably. And my players just hate / love Miriam, the salt rock lady.
Oh my god. By the way, Dio, if you're still in chat, I don't know if you picked up on it, but Maximilian's mother is a member of House Weston from Grovair. So, yes, there you
The
go.
plot thickens.
I'm crossing the streams all the time. Another character's a character from my Saturday group. His father showed up in the Wednesday daytime game today. So and he doesn't know that yet, or he might know that now. But yeah, so that was fun. That's fun to do
How
stuff
close are we
like
to
that.
meeting the other party?
What's that?
How close are we to meeting the other party?
Probably a few weeks at least. They're headed to the Tuesday group is headed to the monastery first, but they're gonna have to make their way to Ravenreach soon. So you'll probably meet the Tuesday group sometime in the near future. They need your orb, so
Okay, we'll give him out orb.
if you guys want to know something cool that I've kind of had under my hat, we're gonna have a guest star the next time Lady Norlov shows up. I have I have a player from another stream that's not one of ours, not one of our streams, a completely separate stream. She is going to be collaborating with us and playing Lady Norlov the next time she shows up as a recurring
Laura
villain.
Bailey?
So, no.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, so that'll be pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do
Bailey.
it.
It's Laura Bailey, guys.
Stop it! You are gonna get us in trouble.
Yeah, I know I will. I'm sorry. Continue on.
No, her name's Shannon. She plays on Paradise RPG. They run on Mondays. So you can check them out. She's going to be collaborating with us the next time your recurring villainess shows up. So
nice.
it might be cool to have. I thought it'd be cool to have a real person interacting with you guys as the villain.
That'd be so cool. I can't wait to be fucking like have so much venom spat at me for what and for what we did.
I will add one of my favorite DM moments. It's because as a player, it always makes me more fun if I know what my goal is. And Maximilian's goal is to just get rich. But I have the reason why he's invested in the Dance Macabre isn't because of we're the good guys fighting bad guys and fighting evil. It's because all of my enemies who happen to be evil, I just have petty rivalries with that I just want to kill them. I have petty... The Duke has wronged me. Lady Elena has wronged me. The werewolves have wronged me.
Duke wronged you as soon as he did not invite you along with Archie.
This is
That
a
was-
Real
that's what made him want to kill him.
Housewives. type feud, and I need to
Does he have a kill
invite them
list?
to a party and then like kill them.
By the way, guys, the dinner party, that episode was inspired by David. He's one of our players. He watches like every stream, and he's going to be doing in the future a wrap up stream once a week that kind of goes through all the different things that happened throughout the week, just kind of an overview of all the different streams, kind of doing like a little Q&A type of thing. But he was like, I really, really want to see the dance in a social situation because they've been in all of these dire straits, like sneaking around at night situations, and seeing them out of that element and put into a social situation would be really fun.
And having a bad time.
And I was like, you know what? You're absolutely right. That needs to happen. And what better way to do it than a seance? That was absolutely like, this is such a great way to do it. So,
but tell us where he plays.
David plays in the Tuesday group. He plays Angus. His name on Discord is Dark Dreamer. That's his chat name as well. And he is also in the Sunday game with me on Loophole King's channel. So he plays Oscar. If you have not seen a game with David in it, you have to watch because he is by far one of my favorite people to roleplay with, probably ever.
Okay,
yeah, so like definitely check out. Stop it. I said one of. Thank you very much.
Diplomatic, yeah.
David is legitimately like he takes extensive notes. He references the setting document from that I sent everybody in the original. Like he remembers the names of like every NPC. He has a quip for every attack. like I've never ever had a player who has a hilarious or pointed quip for every single attack. But David's a great player, and like if you he just that's why he was.
Quip, he describes each attack differently. Is that it?
Like a funny like a
he's got like a one-liner for every single quip for every single attack.
Yeah.
But like I will say this, the reason why when I put out there that I wanted to do like a wrap-up episode every week that goes over all of the different campaigns and what's going on, like 8 people came out of the woodwork and was like, David has to do that because he knows everything that goes on in Oregon. So like, so yeah. Anyway, if you haven't seen a game where he plays in, please like try to check out either the Tuesday or the Sunday game and just see. Just he's so fun. He's a legitimately humble person. So yeah.
So Mark, I want to add something about the whole thing you've been saying about actually asking about the whole DM thing and what the favorite moments are. Sure. I think that there's something when you're doing this, when you're playing the way you are here, when we are playing the way we are here, that's entirely different from Johnny, from Lark, Bon, whoever it is, playing on their own at home, because you have the opportunity to combine different tables. That's what you're doing. Like when you put the father of someone in touch with whatever, blah, 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 and so on and so forth, you take 2 different days and you combine them to try to save some of the characters of the other day. Like I find that those things, they really help build. I'm not even going to the community side of the thing, like outside of the game. I'm talking strictly inside the game. Help build something that you can't do otherwise.
You mean like having Spark's parents shop in your game and like things like that, so that the world has like different connections in different places.
And they're not all you, because if Bon is the DM there in his house and I am DM, I'm everyone else who's not the players.
Sure. Yep.
That's not the case here. Like it's gonna happen that we're gonna end up seeing Dio. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying hypothetically. We're going to end up seeing Dio or seeing Dark Dreamer or whoever it is, Bowie, and it happens to be someone who's relevant and would otherwise be an NPC.
Or I think most likely it's probably going to be us going to them, especially
That could
since they
happen.
need
However it is,
they
right? I'm
kind of
just saying that's something that really
yeah.
We might
and
need to
again,
lay low for a while.
yeah, before we can get out, right? Anyway, I think
That's gonna be really tricky for them to find us when we're gonna be inside a private sanctum the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, damn, we can't find this magical item that we really need with our spells.
I
Hmm.
I always hope that interconnecting the different games adds something to each
Oh,
game
yeah.
as opposed to take away. Like, I really worry that like somebody's gonna feel like me doing that, uh, like
I think it's so
cheapens
cool.
the game in some way, and I hope
No,
that's not the
no.
case.
People say like, oh, it sucks when there's like another party. Like you don't feel like you're the only heroes when there's another DM group of adventurers. But I think it's really cool that like it makes this world feel very like
There's a
lived
lot of
in.
evil to go
When there's
around.
other people, yeah, we're not just all adventurers. Most of the people in these other games are part of factions trying to figure out what the hell is going on with the world. And correct me if I'm wrong, but like that is really cool to see. Like we're a pretty dark group of individuals, and it'll be pretty cool. It'll be pretty fun to like. We've been playing this entirely different mood campaign, and you've come from like this high seas adventure coming into this like dark gothic campaign. I think that's really cool.
Well,
I don't know. I just like the idea.
the Tuesday group they're more of a like in over their heads heroes type of a group. Like they're the hobbits traveling to Mordor kind of a group, okay?
Yeah.
But they've dealt with some pretty heavy like eldritch horror type stuff. Yes,
What level are they?
yesterday they killed an aboleth, and man,
Oh,
was
shit.
that cool. But yeah,
Nice.
so like they would be the group closest in tone, I think, to you guys as far as the things they've dealt with. So yeah. Great. I always want to make sure that you guys enjoy the fact that you're a part of a larger world of campaigns because there's a lot of things that are going on that are interconnected, and I never want you guys to feel like I'm taking something away from you by having parts of another campaign impact each other like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be there are things that I also don't want it to be overwhelming where you feel like I have to know what's going on in all of the other campaigns in order to know what's going on in our game. Like you guys should be able to enjoy just playing Dance Macabre on Wednesday nights and not feel like you're missing out on anything. I don't want that to happen either. Does that make sense? So if that ever feels that way, let me know. I would love to make it. I'll do whatever I can to make it the best game it can be for you guys. I've said this before, and I'll say, what's that?
No, I'm just saying it does not. I'm
Okay.
just speaking for myself. Yeah.
And from one of my favorite DM moment type things, it really helps build investment. It's one of the many things you do that helps build character investment and player investment. That's one of the things you do well, spread across
Awesome.
many campaign moments.
Well, thank you. I have to say that Wednesdays are my long day, and I think I've said this before. Wednesdays are my long day. I run 2 campaigns in a row, and no matter how I come into Wednesday night, I always come out of Wednesday night feeling super just encouraged and enthusiastic, and like just the characters, the depth of characters, and also playing with you guys is so just enriching for me every single week. So I just want to say thank you for being awesome players and an awesome group to run for. You guys can take the story to a level that I could never take it to on my own because of the way you play your characters. It's that you can sense how much your characters care about one another every single episode.
Yeah.
It comes out in such a very real way, and that's super awesome.
It's so hard to find,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. So yeah. Anyway, we'll get out of here. We'll be back next week at 7 p.m. for the Dance Macabre.
And if anyone wants to, sorry, this is just for the Sorry, continue.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, this is more for like after stream stuff actually.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna set up a raid. If you guys in chat want to stick around, I'll set that up, and we'll talk to you later. Have a good night.
Yeah, that's 7 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good night.